getting my coffee and trying to get situated here. Wake up. How are you doing, Sebastian? All right. And yeah, I can't even keep track. Let's see. Oh, in Paris, it's what, 2? So in Romania, I don't know. Is it 4 o'clock? Yeah. So it's not quite as late as where Lee's at, but your days are ending, sort of. I guess we got another 8 hours. All right. Well, and how are you doing, Barry?
I'm doing really good, Rick. How are you?
Good.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, when you originally sent out that meeting notice, the first one at it went from 11 to 8 Eastern. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's kind of crazy.
Oh, when was that? The very first one I sent earlier?
Yeah, it was the very first one. I'm like 11 to 8. Holy cow. Because Sebastian and I know Lay, that would be really, really late for them. So I'm like, oof.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, I'm not sure what that was. Maybe I thought we were starting on Pacific time or something, but yeah, then I think I got word that we had people all over the place, so we had to start a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I sent out this morning. I sent out the slide deck that we're going to be using for today. So there, let me pull that thing up. And before we get started with that, it's always kind of customary just to ask, how we're doing, or if you have any questions from, the previous training yesterday, if there's anything lingering that you have questions about before we move into this new topic. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we're going to have a little bit more opportunity to do that today. So, I'll leave that up to you, what you'd like to do. Because we have, if you look at today's slide deck, we have a little bit of everything in it. We have not only SACM and, configuration management, CMDB, but we have some other preparatory things to get ready, get an environment ready for the SACM or the CMDB, process. So we'll see. We'll touch on, those labs. We'll take a look at them and we'll see if we actually want to try to implement some of those. It might be good refresher practice. We'll see. So let's see. I'm going to see if I can start this slideshow up here.
By the way, Rick, we have talked about yesterday. I talked about with Barry regarding the dashboard for AC Vista.
Mm-hmm.
Because as an asset management, we will be needing to also update the dashboard.
Okay. So have you looked at the dashboard that's available? The one that's available, I'll just say out of the box.
No. That's why I'm asking to see how we go about accessing the dashboard from the AC Vista.
Okay. Well, I can touch on that just a little bit right now. So,
thank you.
Yeah, what I'll do is here. Let me just go ahead and share my screen here. Share. Okay. And so what I'm going to do to answer your question, first thing we would do is we would go to the wiki site. So just wiki.easyvista.com. And so in here, in this nice new colorful wiki site, They just updated it. If you look under Service Apps is the product that we do all of our web development on. And so Service Applications, if we just see consult the documentation here, then we can take a look at the templates, and the dashboard templates are right here. And so if I click on this, you'll get kind of an overview of what's available. Now, so we have ITSM dashboards here, but we also should have, or at least we had at one point, we had an asset dashboard. There it is. So here's an asset dashboard. It's a standalone. I guess it's under micro apps. And so if we were to click on download, that's kind of, that button's a little bit misleading. They should probably, because you're not actually downloading anything when you click on that just yet. You download when you get to this page. So I think sometimes people have a tendency to not want to click on that download button because they don't want to download anything. But when you click on it, it brings you to the download page. And so here you're able to see the different images of the dashboard scrolling by. And so this is one way to look at it. The other way would be, of course, to install the application on a Service Apps server, one that you're using. But you can go through here and kind of get a look at what's here, and then you can see. So this is a dashboard you could start with, and of course it can be modified to meet your specific needs. And so the functionality is described, and then there's just a little bit of an instruction here on how to actually install it. They've become rather easy to install because you can, with the latest release of Service Manager and Service Apps, you can now just install. Like I guess I could show something like that. Let me see here. Bring up this window. I'll bring up a demo server. Get into this, and then while I'm getting into that Service Manager, I'm also going to get into the Service Apps server that's connected in that demo environment. So here's the Service App server, and I don't have that. Oh, I guess I do have the micro app installed here. I can run this, but I'll do that here in just a sec. But it's as easy as just when you're ready to play with this, you don't even have to go to the wiki to get anything. You just click right here on Create App, and then you can see all the apps right here in Service Apps. And then you can just come over here. Where is it? Right there. And you can click on this. And you can click on this. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I noticed that there might be some changes going on. Normally you just click on it.
Is there something that should pop up?
Yeah, what should happen is that when you click on the app, then the app becomes visible over here. And so then you click on this, create this app. And then that then will download the app template onto your server. I'm just wondering if I was trying to go a little bit too quick. Let me try again. Had a little bit of a slow load there. So let me find that app. Where is it? I'm not seeing it. There it is. Okay. Now see, I'm not seeing, like here, I would expect to see that up here. When I click on this, okay, here it is right here. I'm clicking on this, and then what I can do now, there's two elements to installing an app template. One is you've got to get the reports, the data source reports that support, that particular template. These reports you're going to install on Service Manager, and it's all described in the installation instructions. it's really as simple as just getting the reports and then importing them. That's all you really have to do. So there's two elements: that get the reports, and then of course install the app. So if I was to click on this, create the app, then I get this sort of an experience.
Okay.
And what I should see here is the app gallery and then it installing the app. But since I've already got the app in my gallery, that might be why I'm just seeing the app without it installing. I already have it installed. I could pick maybe another one to just demonstrate it. Let me pick
Rick,
one that.
Is there an order to? Do you have to install the reports first, then install that app, or
it doesn't matter either way?
It doesn't matter
either way.
Okay.
Yeah, because they just both need to be there. I usually like getting the reports first and then installing them because it's just a habit. If you don't do that first, if you install the app first and then the reports, the app will recognize that you have the reports once they're there. If you don't have the reports there, then your queries, in service apps, your data sources will not be set up properly. But as soon as you install the reports, then it recognizes them, so you're good. Okay. Let me try something that I may not have installed. I think try this one. And it looks like I have that one. I may have all of them installed. Yeah, I've got both of these installed. These are the two I was just trying to install, but they're already installed. But so, I guess without belaboring this, it's as simple as just clicking on create the app. Then you'll be brought back to this apps builder page and you'll see a progress bar installing, the software, and then it'll show up here. And then at that point, then you just need to go, back and go get those reports. So you can come back in here again, or you can go to the wiki, either way, but it's just as easy to come here, go over to your page, and then click on reports, and then it'll take you to the wiki, right? And then so you scroll down, and at the bottom of the page, so you can grab them from here. You just have 5 reports that you need to get. You can grab them from here, or you just scroll down to the bottom of the page and they're here. And then so you just click on them. And actually, when you click on them straight away, this is what you get. You don't want to do that. That's not correct. What you want to do is right click and save as. Mm-hmm. So let's see here. Come on. Right. So come in here and then just right click and then save the link as. And then what you'll get is you'll actually get the EXP, the actual export. And I'll just save it into my download. Into my download folder. It's early. I don't know what I'm talking about. And then, open it up here and there it is. And so then you just import that into your service manager. And what I would recommend as a good practice is to create a folder first and give it the name of the actual app. So I know sometimes, you may have been, heard that just to go ahead and put it inside a service apps folder. But then you end up getting a whole bunch of things in there and you're not quite sure which goes to what. So it's okay to have a service apps folder, but then inside that folder, I would then say, asset management app. And then in there, then I'd put your reports. And that way, then it's totally modular. Somebody else might have the same reports for a different app, but they're distinct and they're in a different place. So, and then anytime you want to export, those reports and maybe put that application on some other server, it's real easy to go get your source reports. So yeah, create a folder, put the report, download. When you do import the reports, unfortunately, it won't go in your folder. You're going to have to then put all those reports in your folder manually. They'll end up, I guess, I think they'll end up just being saved to the root. So, and I mean, that's easy enough. Let's see. If I come here and look at report folders, see if I'm following my own advice. Yeah, so I've got different template folders. So yeah, and see, I don't see that I have a folder set up for asset management, so I'm going to go ahead and set one up. And new folder, new. And I'm going to put it, inside of service apps. I'll just put asset management. Template or micro app or whatever you want to call it. And so then once you have that, you can just come here and just do a regular old import. It's no big deal. Import from where you downloaded it. So I'm looking in my downloads folder, and it should be right there, that one there. Mm-hmm. So then I open that up, install it or upload it. And so I get, let's see, here's the interesting part. What did we get here? We got a bunch of reports, but the actual website, the wiki, said we only were downloading 5. So that's the interesting part that, I don't like too much, in that this gives us a lot more than we're actually needing, and then we have to go and sort it out. So I'm clicking next here. Let me see if I can get this to continue.
Maybe we can delete some of those.
Yeah, exactly. But unfortunately, they have to all be, imported first, and then you have to go through and delete them. So what I do is I go ahead and grab the ones that, fortunately, they should have in the description of the report that they are for the template that you're installing. So they should say something like asset management. And then you can then just shift those over into the folder, and you need those, at least those 5 that are spelled out.
Yeah, I was looking to see if those 5 were on that list at all, Rick. I didn't see them.
Yeah, well, your mileage may vary with these templates from the website. I've been, reporting, my issues, and they're supposedly responding to them. But so let's see. So we've got those imported. Let me just see what we got. So I'll go back to reports and see, now they're going to be here on the root. They didn't go into the folder, because they wouldn't know what folder to go into anyway. And so, then I've got all these apps. Now, if we look at what we need supplier, asset, user, document, supplier. So let's see if we have any of those.
We have the asset documents, also the
see, so I'm not really, so the asset documents. So here we've got a couple of different varieties here. So let me look at one of these. Look at this one. And this one says mobile tech app. Okay, so I don't want that one. Actually, when I download the reports for the mobile tech app, I get this report, and I've already put that one away. But I don't want that one, and I can see I don't want it because you can see it doesn't have many filters or views in it anyway. So I'm going to just get rid of that one. But, so we've reported this issue to the apps factory folks and told them that, this is an issue, and they're supposedly addressing it. So we'll take a look at this one. Now this one says for asset management. Okay, so we definitely want that one. So all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to change its folder, and I'm going to put it into the folder we just created. And then, yeah, that way we've got that one.
Yes.
And then we know we need this one. So let's see, that one should say asset management. Let's put that one in. That's 2 of 5.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to put there. I want to go one more deep. I want to go there. And so we've got the parent query in there. We don't have a filter, but we have a list view. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, that seems to be the way that needs to be. Now, we also need supplier list, user list. I didn't see either of those. Here's a user list. And then they both look the same. So let's see. Now, the funny thing is, I always keep my demo server cleaned up so I don't have anything that's not in a folder. In other words, I don't have anything on the root. So this all just got installed from that, and it's really kind of upsetting. See, mobile tech app, I've already got that, because I've installed the mobile tech app, so I don't need this one again. It's really kind of sloppy, and that needs to be cleaned up. So then we'll look at this one. This should be for the asset. Okay. And okay, so we'll just go ahead and put that in our folder. Now we've got 3 of the 5 we need. And there's supplier list. Okay, and we've only got 1 of them. And that's good, so we do that. Okay, and see, this is the recommended, practice that we do it like this. That way, once you get your reports in your folder, if you need to modify them for some reason or add additional filters or views or whatever, you have them in that place, and they're dedicated to, to the asset management template or the micro app. So, in the future, if you need to export those and share them. So we got supplier, we got asset, got user, we got document. Now we need assets.
For asset list and asset supplier.
Oh, I thought we got asset list, but let's try asset supplier. Let's see. I don't see it. Wonder where it could be. So this is something that we need to follow up with, the folks that manufacture these applications and, find out where that is. So that would be something, where I would reach out to support and then ask them to talk to the people in the apps factory and get me the right reports, to let them know that I downloaded 40 some odd, almost 50 reports out of that batch, and I should have only had to download 5. And out of the ones I downloaded, there's some missing reports. So that's kind of an issue. So, but if I go back to the folder now, or actually I don't want to go to the folder, let me just go to the reports and then go into the reports, go into there. I guess I probably didn't need it. So I've got supplier list, asset list. So let's compare this. I've got supplier list, or asset list, user list, document, asset supplier, I guess is the one we're...
The only missing, yeah.
So, and we didn't have that one, huh? Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, and so then once you have those reports in there, then you can just fire up your app. And you will have to do a kind of an audit, kind of an inspection, so, and what I mean by that is we need to come in here. Let's go back to the gallery. So I've got that in here. So I'm going to open it up. And I'd want to go over to my data sources here, and I'd want to check them. So like asset list, if I come in here, I want to see, okay, well, the query isn't selected. So, what I need to do is I need to come in and I can just type asset, and I should be able to asset management because that's the name of my folder. And I should be able to find it in here. And if I'm not, this is one of the things that you just need to know about, how, Service Apps works, is that when you install something in Service Manager, the session that you're in isn't aware that you did that. And so sometimes you can luck out by just refreshing, and then you can then find the query that you've just installed, that report that you've just installed. You can find it that way. But if that doesn't work, then you need to log out of your session and log back in. And so this is what I'm doing. I'm looking for asset because I know, actually, if I type this unique word template, because I know I just put template in one place, I guess I have template in other places. So I'm looking, and I don't see it. So not to give up. So you log out, log in, and then if you still don't see it, then you got to remember, I keep this, sort of stored my memory banks, shift control and then backspace for Chrome is the shortcut for clearing your cache. Now you can always go up into the history and clear it that way. But sometimes you actually just need to clear your cache to get the browser to request the information. But, so let me just log out and log in before clearing cache and see if that works. Okay, so I'm back in here. And sometimes, just closing your browser completely and then bringing it back up, if you have your settings to clear cache on that activity, then it'll do that. I didn't want to click there. I wanted to click here. Okay, back to this. We're back looking for our reports. And let's just see.
It's there.
Yep. So see, it's there. And see how I was saying that once the system recognizes that you've installed the reports, then you don't have to do anything. It will know, how this should be set up. Let's take a look at another one. So we've got like supplier list. Yep. And, it's got the supplier list right there. So then let's take a look at, this is what I would do though. After you install your app, just go through all of your data sources and make sure that they're set. And it looks like, we're batting 1,000 so far. Now this one's just going straight to a system query, which operations asset management. See if I can get that tooltip to come up again. No, it says app. No, it's apps user list. Okay, so that's not a system query. Why is it? Okay. And then, yeah, this one we know we don't have, right? So if we go
Yes.
look for this, it does have something here. Let's see. Asset list. I'm not sure. Maybe that's correct. Maybe it's not. So yeah, so as long as you check to see that all of your data sources have active queries,
Mm-hmm.
then I would just start testing the app and making sure that it's pulling information. And so I've just got a couple of assets in so far in my demo server because I blasted out the data here recently. But it looks like it's picking up my information okay. It looks like it's picking up, the two records that I have in there. Um, I'm not sure. I don't know that I have any suppliers loaded in my demo server. But yeah, this, for the most part, looks like it's working reasonably well. So
Yeah.
you should be able to give it a try and, hopefully have the same luck.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's good. Thanks for that question. That's a good question.
Thank you as well for showing that to us.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so to the slideware. I better take a drink of coffee here first. Let me just bring this up. Okay, start it, and hopefully, yep, it starts in the right. No. What the heck? I just love it when my system decides to rearrange things. Slideshow, and then I know, can barely see that. It's in here. One of these. Okay. I'm supposed to be able to set the monitor that it comes up on. Coming up on the wrong monitor. Well, let's see. No. Huh. What the heck? So yeah, when I start this thing, it's starting in one place. Well, shoot. There is a setting to be able to change that, and I can't find it. I thought it was in here. Huh. What do we want to call that? That's I'll just say change monitor. Maybe that's no. Well, it's odd. Very odd. Well, let me just share the other monitor. Okay. So we'll bring that up over here and now watch it switch to the other screen. Let's see. That's a little better. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do is, first talk about CMDB, which is actually inside of a process called SACM, or Service Asset and Configuration Management. So, we're going to be talking about that topic this morning. And so to begin with, what I thought I'd do is I'd actually go through these slides formally. Yesterday, I sort of jumped right into the meat of what we wanted to talk about, but I'm thinking that, it might be helpful if I just go through these slides formally. And, we can always skip over the stuff that you've already seen, and we don't need to rehash it. Maybe we can just review it quickly, but then not dwell on it, because each of these process topics, they do have in the beginning a little bit of an overview of the system. But anyway, so we'll look here, and this is the methodology for teaching or training, our training methodology. Basically give a little bit of a lecture or talk about process concepts, then go ahead and talk about the tool functionality, demonstrate how you would actually configure and then operate or use the process in the tool. And then, third, then we would actually look at some real world scenarios, in how we would configure, in this case, configuration management. So process concepts. So just real quick, we're going to talk about the process, talk about some best practices, look at some common terminology, and look at a few examples. This is in the first section. So basically this training is broken up into 3 sections. And so at the end of the process concepts section, we'll take a little break, and then we'll move into the tool functionality section, which we'll get into service manager and start looking at how we can configure configuration management. And then the final section is we're going to actually in the middle section, in the tool functionality section, we'll start doing some labs there, and then there's some more advanced labs in the third section. In the third section, then also we talk about planning and design, and a little bit about how to fill out the DCT for configuration management and those sorts of things. Okay, so tool functionalities in second section. And as I mentioned, we'll show how we set up and then we use, in this case, configuration management. And then we'll look at some real world scenarios in the third section. Okay, so just jumping right into the process. So what is SACM, Service Asset Configuration Management, and how can we benefit from it? Well, so kind of in a nutshell, why do we have a CMDB, or why do we have configuration management, and how does it differ? How does like a configuration item or differ from an asset? Well, the easiest thing to think about here is that you have a CMDB, or you have configuration management to control everything about an item, what we call a configuration item, which could be an asset that got promoted to be a configuration item. But the key there is that we're controlling, any changes to that item. Whereas with assets, we don't really control the changes. Yes, you can report incidents against an asset, or you can associate an asset with, an incident ticket. If you make a request and you add things to your asset, maybe you combine it with other things. Yeah, that information is connected to the asset. You can see all the tickets related to that asset, but you're not actually proactively controlling that asset or controlling the change of that asset. And that is the difference between asset management and configuration management. Configuration management, you're setting up either individual CIs or a system of CIs, or a complete service that consists of multiple subsystems, and then you're controlling that. You're controlling how that changes with, change management. Change management is your policy. We talk here. Goals are, support the other processes and provide accurate configuration information. That is change management. Minimize the number of quality and compliance issues. Again, proactively controlling how your items in your CMDB change. Define and control components of services and infrastructure. Yes, you're now then taking individual components or elements, putting them into a system, and then you have that defined within your CMDB. So then you have relationships defined between these components. And so if any one component is affected in some way, you can analyze how other components in that system or that infrastructure or that service will be affected. And you're not able to do that with just straight asset management. So SACM purpose and objectives: to identify, control, record, report, audit, verify service assets and configuration items. Yes, again, that whole idea of control. Account for, manage, protect the integrity. Ensure the integrity of the assets configurations required to control services. Yes, mouthful. We're introducing here this thing called the configuration management system. Yes, that system, a big part of that is your configuration management database and your change control process. That's what we're talking about when we talk about a CMS. So SACM covers assets and also configuration items, across, all of your inventory and your complete service life cycle. Okay. I'll just keep moving on here. Brings value to the business. You get more proactive information for planning. You can improve, your delivery of services and your SLA performance, and essentially have better control over your environment. So policies. The main policy that you put into place when you set up a CMDB is that you need to make sure you have a really rock solid change management process and policies within that. Change management controls what you put in the CMDB. And so that's what we're really talking about here with policies, principles, critical success factors, all that. That is designing your change management process so that it controls, everything that goes into your configuration management database. The idea is that when you put a CI, a configuration item, in your CMDB, you can't even put it in without a change request authorizing it be put in. At least this is the recommended practice. And then you can't change that CI once it's in unless there's an appropriate change request associated with that. So you're basically documenting everything about that particular item from its inception until you take it out of the CMDB and take it out of service, which is different than just a routine asset inventory, equipment inventory. Okay, benefits to management, I'm sure better reporting, proactivity, traceability, auditing, those things. So the process, what are the component parts? Let's take a look. So configuration management delivers a model of services, asset infrastructure by recording relationships. So yeah, what we mean by that is the entities within your environment, your infrastructure, they have relationships with each other. We call them upstream or downstream relationships, or impacting or impacted relationships. Essentially, think of a topology, and like with a physical topology, where do things sit, and what's in terms of ingress and egress, what's upstream, what's downstream. Say if you have an edge router that all your traffic's going through to come into your infrastructure, if that router goes down, the items inside your network, they're affected by that router not being in service, so they're impacted. They have an impacted relationship with that router. If that router is connected to some switch that then is connected to a server farm, that switch has an impacting relationship with the server farm. So again, think about it in terms of a topology and how things are connected, and we'll see some diagrams of that. And that's just for physical connections. Now you can also have logical connections, and you can connect services together. If a service goes down, how are other services affected? Okay. So we talk about the impact, the causal relationships. Okay. The configuration management system is one of the elements is the CMDB. Yes. Another big element is, as I mentioned, the change management process. They go hand in hand with each other. So here's some basic definitions. Service, so you have a service that a service is a CI. You identify it as a CI, and then you define what it is. And it's some sort of thing that delivers value to your customers. It's an outcome. That's what a service is. When you talk about your service request catalog, you have to define what service is. It's not like, there's I can't remember his name now. He's a professor, he was a professor at Harvard, I believe. But he was an economics professor that came out with a lot of different sayings. One of them is that your customers, when they, I'm trying to remember the saying now. When they ask that a hole be drilled in, say, a wall, if that's their request, then the outcome is that they want the hole in the wall. They don't want the drill bit. They don't want to be told how to drill the hole. They don't want to own the cost of anything. They're just requesting that the hole be created. And so that is the outcome. The service outcome is that they've requested something and you deliver what they request. So I butchered that all up, but his saying is a little bit more succinct and to the point. But anyway, the whole point there is that just be aware of what your customers value, and that is the service that you have that you're providing them. We also have configurations, of course. So configuration elements within the CMDB to show how things relate to each other. And a configuration record is a CI, or a configuration item. That's what a configuration record is. CI, any component that needs to be managed. An attribute is a piece of information. It can be anything to describe that configuration item, and you can see some examples here. Relationships are, how two CIs interact with each other and how they're connected and how they, what their dependencies are. Why am I describing service again here? Well, this is a service description as well, that a service provides, it's like, web service, order entry. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why we're repeating that. Okay. Service system, I guess in context of the CMDB conceptual layers, you have services. I'll go back to that. So you can describe a service which has multiple subcomponents that support that service. Could be like your email system. That's a service, and you have multiple subcomponents that support that delivery of that service. Systems, here we go with email. You have physical systems, underlying systems that support, that as well. That service meaning the IT email service. Okay, and then components are again just elements of either a physical or it could be logical topology. So here's an example of a contextual layer where you've got network components, then servers, and then applications, and then a business system delivering to departments and locations. So the business system is the service, and then what's above this, the departments and location, are the consumers of the service. What's below are the supporting components of that service. I've got some other examples here: services, systems, components. So here's another example. And so what we're seeing here visually is just a description of elements within the CMDB. Each of these things would be considered CIs. The service itself could be a CI, but then these individual components are CIs that support the service as well. And all these interrelationships are what you have documented in your CMDB, so that you can do something like an impact analysis. Say if the middle piece there, the server goes down, if that goes down, what things, what services is it providing? And, do you have some sort of redundancy or failover or high availability configuration set up to be able to maintain that level of service, even though you've got subcomponents that are down or unavailable? So these are, all things that you would, analyze when you start setting up your CMDB. So here's another way to look at that. We're still looking at the same thing: network, server, application, business, and then we can see the relations, the relationships. So these items to the right here, these are labels or descriptions of relationships between the different components, within say a system or a service that you have recorded in your CMDB. Okay, so configuration management activities, requirements. So so activities to get, your service, your configuration management system in place. Here are some elements to this. I'm not going to go into a great level of detail here right now. These are just activities that we need to consider when we're thinking about designing a CMDB. With each process, of course, we have this thing called a RACI model, which then identifies who all the stakeholders are and what their levels of responsibilities are. The A, of course, stands for accountability. So that would be the person responsible, accountable for a particular item within that RACI model or that RACI chart. Those elements that they need to either manage or supervise or deliver. So yeah, we're talking about requirements. Difficult, expensive process requires long-term executive. Yeah. So I have a following slide here that talks about risks associated with trying to set up a CMDB. And one of the biggest things is whether or not you've got executive support. Another one is whether or not you've got a good policy in place. The policy that we're talking about, again, is the change management policy or process, which has, policies. And whether or not you've got a good, strong change management process in place. Because if you don't, then the success of your configuration management implementation will be, marginalized or put at risk. So let's see. Configuration management must have an appropriate tool. Yep. So you need to have some way of setting up a CMDB. So CIs are what you're managing. Attributes are those things that describe the CI. Lifecycle status on each CI is basically telling you, where that CI is at in the process of, in its lifespan in the CMDB. It could be, and we'll see the statuses, but it could be in planning, it could be in production, it could be, being retired or being not obsoleted, but just being, taken out of action, taken out of operation. Different statuses. Okay, so again, now this is talking about, okay, when we start to actually enter data into an item that we're calling our change management system, or in our change management database, where are we getting that data from? And here are some ways that we can get data into the system. Of course, the best way is to get it from another system that's doing discovery in your network. And, that is the best way to have data put into your CMDB, is to actually have an integration with another tool that, its main purpose is to constantly poll the environment and, send alerts and create events if things go down, or if systems are not performing to the reliability or the availability standards, like the 5 nines standard that you might have on a system. You need to have some way of monitoring your environment, and then that information needs to be fed into your CMDB. Of course, you can't enter your elements manually, but then that's error prone, and it's a lot slower. It's not a lot less proactive, more reactive, and you can also use imports via some sort of like spreadsheet like CSV and such to get items into your CMDB. But again, like I say, the best way is to consider setting up an integration with a system that is monitoring, discovering your items in your network. So relationships, yeah, a CMDB or a change, a management, configuration management process has relationships with all of your other processes. Big one here being change management, of course, because change management is basically the governing process over your CMDB. But then other processes are using the CMDB. Incident, problem, and some other things here you can see down below. Okay. So here's some sort of practice recommendations. change management process sits on top of the CMDB or the change or the configuration management process and serves as the CMDB control function. Yes, so change management. So no CIs should be entered into the CMDB, as I mentioned, without some sort of change record or change request or request for change, as we call it here. No CI should change status without a, either you call it a CR, change request, or a RFC. RFCs are required to modify RFC, and so what we're seeing here is a common theme. Nothing happens to a CI once it's in your CMDB unless there's some documentation and some level of approval governing, whatever's happening to that CI. Without change management, CMDB will become out of date and obsolete. And that's a pretty important concept to keep in the forefront of everyone's minds. When trying to set up a CMDB. So here's some risk factors. So when trying to implement SACM or set up a CMDB, one of the risk factors is too aggressive of scope, trying to define too many CIs or trying to take whatever CIs you're defining and define too much detail about them. The rule of thumb is to start slow and then build on success. Identify a couple of systems that you want to track, and then build on that and get your processes, and your database, running well before you try to sort of, implement everything, so don't do too much all at once. And some other ideas here. You don't have to put everything in your change management database. You only need to put those things in your database that make sense, that need to be under change control. Not everything needs to be. So, like for instance, you don't need to put your end users' equipment in the CMDB. Their laptops, workstations, all that junk. You don't need to put those guys in the CMDB because you're not going to submit change requests against those items and have your change advisory board, approve or deny changes against laptop changes. But you would put systems in your CMDB that support services and have to be up 99.99% of the time. Okay, so another risk factor is that you don't have proper sponsorship and executive support, and that's critical. Here's another risk factor that generally people are resistant to change, and putting policies in place like this is tough for people to adopt. So that is a risk factor. Okay, so Q&A. So I've just covered the first portion of our 3 portions. The second and third portions will go a lot longer because they're going to be more hands-on labs. We just got through some of the definitions here, but I want to stop here, Q&A, see if anybody has any questions so far about configuration management, SACM, or CMDB.
Yeah, Rick. So I think that like the slides, in my opinion, kind of contradicted each other because there's one slide where you could load all of your CMDB items through a spreadsheet, right? Right. And that's kind of like a bulk load of CIs. Whereas on the other slide, you're like, oh, go slow, make sure, you one at a time, make sure these go in successfully and they work the way you want them to work. So, and that would kind of be the approach I would take. more of a, go slow, make sure things get done right, and get them all, each one, squared up, zipped up, and working correctly before you move on to the next one. So I'm just kind of a little confused with the bulk loading and stuff. I mean, which way would, like for Easy Vista would be that like best practice?
Well, it depends on the maturity of your organization. If you have a really well-run discovery system like SCCM or SolarWinds or whatever, and you're full aware of what all your CIs are and all the relationships between them, but then you want to leverage an ITSM system, so you want to integrate with that. So then integrating, would be the way to go, because you already have a pretty good understanding of your network, and you have systems already set up. So we could just simply integrate, pull the data in, and then expose that system to your other processes. If you don't have that, then you have these other options. Now with like a spreadsheet, you don't have to fill it out, with thousands of items. You could just start with 10 or 15 or 20.
Right.
Spreadsheet is just,
yeah.
I mean, it just helps you to put in a system. You can certainly enter everything manually as well.
Right. When I think bulk load and spreadsheets, I'm thinking, 25 items or more, generally up in the hundreds. So that's why could be just the way it's in my mind, the way bulk loading is used. But
yeah, well, so the idea is to not do more than you're ready to do.
Right, right. And that,
yeah,
that's all right. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a common thing, and we see it, quite often, where a client will want to put in all of their data just because they have it. And, like they want to put in all their workstations, laptops, they want to put everything in their CMDB. You have to stop them and say, why are you putting all this in? Well, because we have the data. We want it in. We want to be able to track everything. But you're kind of losing, the perspective on what a CMDB is all about. You can certainly do that. But when you do that, that becomes a risk, because then you've got all this data in the CMDB, but then people don't know what to do with it. And, nothing's really under change control at that point. And that's one of the biggest risk factors, is that, a change management system should be governed by solid processes and policies. And the biggest one of which is that everything is under change control. So you'd only want to introduce items, at least initially, that need to be under change control. So you pick a service that's supported by, a service could be supported by a lot of components, but it's one service. And that service needs to be very critically monitored, and it can't be changed without, a level of oversight, because you don't want to risk, the system going down, because of bad change practices. So, yeah, you just start with, to adopt, a CMDB, you start slow, you pick something that you can control, and then manage that well, and then you can then start introducing, other things. And that would be the recommendation. And not to start too rapidly, because then that could be kind of the beginning of the end. Any other questions? So I won't jump into this section yet, tool functionality, but we are going to do this. So I guess we could take a break right now for a few maybe 15, good healthy break. We've only been going for an hour, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know. 15 always seems like a decent amount of time for a break. So why don't let's just say we come back, make it easy just at the bottom of the hour. And then what we're going to do from that point forward is I'm going to do less slide talking, and we're going to do more hands-on in seeing where things are configured and what needs to be configured to set up a configuration management system in EasyVista. Sound good?
That's okay. Sounds good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, sounds good.
All right. So everybody, we'll see you back at like 7:30 or at bottom of the hour, we'll say.
Excellent.
Guys, anybody back?
You're ready to come back.
Okay. Yeah, I realized maybe I was talking on mute. So, Barry, you're back, and everybody else back?
Yeah, I'm also here.
Okay. Well, we'll get started. So, this next little piece here, we're going to do a lot of hands-on. So, we're just going to get right into Service Manager. So, let's take a look at what we're going to do here. So, some of this stuff, it's just an overview. I'm going to bring this up just because I know there were some questions yesterday about not knowing where some things were. And so we'll go through this stuff quickly, but if there are any questions about anything you see here, just let me know. Familiarity with the system, I'm thinking, because I know you have had admin and service apps training, but if you need me to, I can point out some things. I'm just assuming that everybody's comfortable with the interface.
I'd say yes for the most part for me.
Okay. How about you, Lay? Are you okay with it?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm okay.
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 Yeah, and we'll get plenty of opportunity to play in it. So we'll just keep moving forward. So this stuff here, I don't really need to, spend too much time on. We just have different platforms. I think you're probably aware of these different platform definitions. Now, I'm not with your situation, you're actually implementing this for your customers, right? My understanding is that Stefanini is a partner, an implementer, or am I wrong?
No, I mean, we do have a client, and
are you a customer
so
or are you an implementer?
Implementer, I
Okay.
would say, and and
so
they have a cloud version. They don't have an on-premise version.
Okay, and so this graphic here, you understand what this is saying, right? Or I can explain it if not.
I'm guessing it's just you're showing that they have two different platforms. They have the dev and the production platform, right?
Yeah, well, typically, unless, I don't know if policies have changed on our side, but typically we just set up a production platform, and then where the confusion comes in is that you have a production and then a test or a sandbox and then a demo environment. So you've got 3 different environments, but they're all on this one platform. The thing that makes this platform different than this platform is this blue box. So the idea here is that there's only one application server in a platform, but you've got 3 different database or environments. But so if you're wanting to then test a new version of code, you couldn't say test it in Sandbox, so you couldn't load a new version of code just to test it in Sandbox because there's only one application server on your platform. And there's one SQL server, and then there's, different SQL databases. So that's what this is describing. SaaS customers get a production platform, but I've heard recently that we've been also setting up new customers with what we call a qualif platform, or you can call it a test platform. And so then both are available.
Yeah, Sebastian, would you know the answer to that? I've heard them in meetings talk about that, like that qual platform or whatever they call it. Would you know, Sebastian, if they had the two? Yeah. Do they have just the production platform, and then we have like the demo, the production sandbox accounts, or do they have 2 different platforms like this? What'd you call it, Rick? A platform?
Yeah, qualification or qualification.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Right. And yeah, I
Well,
I,
so
I have to dig into it deeper.
just
To be
the
honest
purpose here is just to, kind of bring light to the fact that you can see here, Easy Vista accounts, and the accounts are these things, cannot be upgraded independent of each other or independently. So, like if we have a version right now, it's our autumn release version, which is, version, what is the number? I don't know, version, I think it's 2020.2.125. That's the version. So when we come out with a new release, you'll want to have that installed in your platform, right? Well, when you install it, it's installed so that all 3 accounts are starting to use it. You can't have one account using a previous version of code because there's only one, server that's serving all three accounts. That's the point of this. So here we're just saying additional platforms, optional platforms are fee-based. You know, this part here, I've heard different things. You know, to my surprise, I have heard recently that we're setting up separate platforms, second platforms for customers. So we have the primary, and then we also set up a qualification platform for them as part of their initial install. So I can just tell you that whenever we're implementing Easy Vista, we just implement, in one area. So like demo, we don't touch, right? Because that's demo data, and you want to have that for reference. So we have these other two accounts, production and sandbox. So we generally do all of the implementation before go live in the production account. And then when you go live on a system, then we make a copy of production into the sandbox account, but only on this platform. Now, if you want this other platform set up, that's a whole nother enchilada, and we'd have to copy everything over there. But just want to point out the fact that there's typically with SaaS customers just one platform that gets set up with three different accounts. And that's really all this is saying. Just to kind of give you an overview of the platforms and why they're set up that way. So I'll just okay.
From my understanding, so when you're logging into, say, Sandbox or the Sandbox account, you're still logging into the production environment, right?
Exactly. Yep. Yes. That's where the confusion lies, because you're saying, "Well,
right.
wait, I'm logging
totally
into test,
confused
not
now.
in production." Well, again, think about it. It's one platform. The way it's designed, you've got three components. You've got a Linux server, you've got a Windows server, and you've got a SQL server. That is your platform. So what you have is SQL Server, obviously, for the green stuff. This is where the databases are in the SQL Server. The application server is the Windows server. Okay. And then the Linux server is your web server. That's what's serving out the web pages. So there's three components to an Easy Vista install. Whether it's on-prem or in SaaS, doesn't matter. There's a minimum of three components. You can certainly scale that, and you can have more lines. We call them lines of these three components so that you can scale up for more traffic. But the minimum is just those three, and that is the definition of a platform. So you got those three servers in your production platform. And if you wanted to, say, test multiple versions of code in your platform, remember, you only have one Windows server in this platform. So if you wanted to test, like another version of the code, you can't have two versions of code running on the Windows server.
So, for example, if I were to want to say import 10 assets into the sandbox, I'm still doing it into production, right? It's okay. Yep. The databases. Okay. Right. Yep. Okay. Yep. I got it. I see. Yep. I get it now. Yeah, so that is an excellent. All right, thank you, Sebastian. So then on the web server, you're just connecting to the different web pages, and that's what's going to display the data in whichever database you're referring to. Correct? Yep. Thank you, Sebastian. I got it now. Thank you.
Okay.
And
We can move on.
question, just to add it up, are you saying that in layman's term, like for the production platform, it's just like when you say primary or basic, it's just like there is a limit, for instance, for a capacity of it, wherein if you're going to have additional platform, like the one, the test platform, it comes with another cost or fee in order to be able to have additional capacity, or with what you have mentioned earlier, version. So if the production platform can only do version 1, then if you wish to have two versions or another versions like version 2, then adding additional platform comes with a price. So by adding that, then that's the time that you can request for or can add another platform, which is the test platform, right?
Yeah, and it's my understanding that if you just want to, so when we come out with a new release, which will probably come out with, say, like in February, March timeframe, if you want to test that release against your data and your configurations, it's my understanding that you can just contact your sales rep and say, hey, we'd like to have a temporary test platform for, say, like 30 days so that we can test your new code with our data and our configurations. Because, see, your configs, are specific to your environment. So you can request that, and I don't think they charge anything for that. If you want to hang on to that platform beyond a period of time, then they may say that they need to charge you. But
I see.
so you can do initial tests and then say, okay, everything's good. Okay, so we're good. The code works good with our data, without any issues. So we're okay with you then upgrading our production platform. That kind of a thing.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay. Well, that was more, took longer than I thought it would, but it's good to just make sure you're aware of this, because once you understand it, it's pretty.
And we didn't cover that in the admin class, and I'm like, so I never really understood what I have it now though. Thank you. Sorry it took so long.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, and then if you need to refer to this, there's a wiki page that has a little bit of language around this. So you could just look up platform overview or just type in platform and you'll see this and it'll describe this a little bit more. But not to worry, I'm just pointing this out. It's really only comes into play when you want to test a new version. Okay, so next, so fundamentals, we understand this piece here. I don't know that we need to spend much more time on it. Employee record has these elements in it. These are the sort of the minimal elements that we have in an employee record. We understand how to create them. We understand how to use them. We understand they're tied to profiles, user profiles, and the profiles give the permission to the employee, what they can do in the system. The way that these are used, these employee records, they're actually used to log into the system. And of course, there are a couple different authentication methods. You can either use EasyVista's local authentication method, which is then where you're putting a password in EasyVista, or you can use something like Active Directory, or another option is to use, single sign-on. Active Directory is just, you have to log in every time and authenticate with your ADFS, your Active Directory, federated server. Whereas with single sign-on, you're in an enterprise network, and once you log into your computer once, then you don't need to do another login. That single sign-on will log you into all the other systems that you interact with. That's a specific configuration. We generally set that up with customers so they can just log in once, and then whenever they open their browser, they can go straight in to evVista without having to enter a username and password. So authentication, right? And so, we need the employee data in evVista so that authentication handshake can happen. I won't go into everything that's happening here, but there's just there's different methods, right, for authenticating so you can log into evVista. And then, yeah, I don't know that I want to, or I need to spend, much time on this. If you guys weren't aware of this, then I would explain this, but I think everybody's aware of, this. Okay, so configuration management. So what do I want to say here about configuration management? So obviously it's a place where we add CIs. A CI, I think we've defined it already. It's a configuration item. A CI is just like, you're familiar with the equipment catalog. There is a CI catalog. And so we need to, have a CI catalog with CI model descriptions and attributes for your CIs. And so those, that catalog can be built just like the equipment catalog, in that you can import the actual CI data and allow the system to build the catalog automatically using the auto insert, feature. So you don't have to worry about, manually creating a separate catalog. But just to let you know, there is a catalog for CIs, with specific attributes that you would define in there, which are used for the CMDB. Okay. So we've got lab exercises. Now this first one is just logging in. We already know how to do that. This is a slide here that's just really meant to give you an idea of what needs to be configured in a particular order. There is an optimal configuration order because there are certain things that need to be configured before other things. There are dependencies. So, like for instance, if you're trying to, create a catalog, you have a whole bunch of things that need to be already created first before you can create a catalog. Because in a catalog, you're referring to groups, and you're referring to workflows, and you're referring to people, managers, and you're referring to SLAs and all these things. So this is just to show that there's an order, and there are elements. So your directories here, we've got one missing. There should be a supplier here as well. So you've got location, department, employees, groups, and then supplier. And of course, the groups have group members. And then you've got a whole bunch of tables under the references section. These are reference tables, appropriately described. And so basically they're lookup tables. So they're the tables that you have connected to your fields that have drop downs. And so we would have to define things like statuses for our CIs and capacities, attributes for, CIs, and other things, that we would have to define if we're setting up a CMDB. SLA availability target. Now, this is not something we use in incident management and request fulfillment, but we use it in the in the CMDB. Basically, it's SLA availability target based on availability. In other words, that percentage, like the nines percentage, whether you want to designate that a CI needs to be 5 nines reliable or something less than that. That's what the availability is. And then, of course, we have other things, but things that we need to configure to support CMDB. So directories, so here we go. We've got the supplier, but these are the main directories, and I think everybody's pretty comfortable with that aspect. They're found in a specific place in the menu. When you're looking from the global menu perspective, they're in the references folder in what's called the directories folder. And then you have these, and these are just a set of references. So all your employees in here, every single person that can log into the system has a record in the employees table. You've got all your locations here, your departments, groups, kind of self-explanatory. Suppliers are used, vendors, suppliers, vendors, equipment, suppliers, software. You can log all those resources in suppliers, and then of course these can be connected to contracts and other such things. So the biggest thing we take away from here is that we can populate this table from multiple sources. It doesn't have to be from one source like AD. It could actually be from multiple sources. The key there, though, if you have multiple integration points, multiple sources of truth, you don't want to be, pointing each of these sources to the same fields or the same, columns. You might have one source that updates, some of these columns, and then you have another source that updates other columns. But you don't want, them both to be updating the same thing, because then you have, the conflict. But you can have multiple sources, so you can feed in from an HR system, from an Active Directory system, PeopleSoft, what have you, and then populate your employee table. So that there's that capability with all the tables where you can have multiple sources. Locations, we normally tie that to your identity management system. It could be PeopleSoft, could be AD, whatever you're using there. We can populate the locations table from that source, or you can just configure it manually. If you're just wanting to do that, manage it that way, you can do it that way. Departments, the same thing. Normally we pull those in from same place, that we pull in employee information. That's usually from AD. Groups. Now we can pull in groups from AD, or we can just create them manually and then populate them manually. We can do it either way. We can set up the integration to populate the groups, to create the groups, and then to populate them. Suppliers, again, like with every table, with any table, manually or via, a sort of a spreadsheet, a CSV load, or even connected to another server and having some sort of integration. You can populate that information. So here we have a lab. So just the key here is that whenever, I don't know, maybe I could make that a little bit more obvious, but whenever we see something in blue, that's actually a lab action. Let's go ahead and import a location set of information into the location table. Now the reference here, there's a reference that we have a lab with a spreadsheet. I don't have those in your VMs. So what we can do, if you if you guys want to do this, if you want to practice importing, and if you say no, we're good. I mean, I understand, then we can move on. But if you want to practice importing, what we could do is we can go to the demo system. Each of you have that 40,000, account, which is your demo account. The demo account has exactly the same data in it from one VM to the next. What we can do is we can go into the location table in that demo system and create a view that has the information that we need to have in a spreadsheet, just like we did yesterday. And we can export that and then look at it on our desktop and make sure that the data is good, clean it up, and then we can use that to import it into your empty system. The empty system would be like, instead of 40,000, it would be either your 50,004. 50,004 represents production. 50,005 is your sandbox. Both of those on your VMs, both of those are empty. By design, they're not implemented. Of course, the demo has all that data in it. So, if you wanted to, I'll ask, do you want to practice a few more integrations, or does everybody feel okay with it?
All right. As long as we don't need it for further, labs and stuff, I'm good with the integrations, but I don't want to be missing data later on. You know what I'm saying, Rick?
Yeah, I do. We can always go into the demo system and do our other stuff.
All right. Well, if we can do that, then that's fine. I think I'm good.
Okay.
Yep.
So I just wanted to offer.
Sure.
There's just a little slide-by-slide thing here. It's not, it's just kind of a graphical reminder. It's not, blow by blow described and how you do an integration model, but we've got this, and then this. This is just to be able to do this with the instructor if you have any questions, to do an import of location, and the same thing with department. Again, once you get comfortable with creating integration models, they're pretty straightforward. But so we would import department data, and then we would want to import, so build an integration model to import employee data, and we did that yesterday. So something like this. You can see here our source, and we actually did this yesterday pretty much exactly like this. There's a few fields we didn't pick up, but and I think we all had success with that. And then so creating groups. So we haven't done that yet, but it's pretty straightforward. You can either do it like, again, from the DCT. In the DCT, you can see that we're asking for all the groups to be defined in the DCT on one of those tabs, one of those worksheets. And then you can take that and you can then import that data directly in using an integration model. Or if you just have a handful of groups, you just add them manually. But then you get your groups in the system. And then after you have your groups in, then you want to populate them. Of course, you want to have people in the groups. So this is just, again, an exercise in setting up a group. And then adding somebody to the group. Pretty simple, really simple. But if there's any confusion, or if you'd like me to demonstrate how to do that, then we can take a few minutes to just look at that, or I can just keep moving ahead. Just let me know. Everybody sounds like they're good. Or,
Yeah.
or everybody's
Yeah.
We're good.
Okay.
Sounds.
I
Sorry
just wanted to offer, because I know yesterday it seemed like there was a lot of interest in the, doing the integration. So yeah, so we just create that, and then reference tables again. Tables, data, same thing. We have reference tables that need to be populated. Now, the demo system has all kinds of data in it, but your other two databases, your production and sandbox databases, are empty. So if you were wanting to use those, you would have to populate these tables with specific information. And so you can see here, I think I've got some slides talking about capacities and attributes, so we'll get more into that, what those are for. The statuses, manufacturer we already know about for the equipment catalog. It's the same thing for the CI catalog. Relationship types, now those are specific to CIs and how we define upstream and downstream relationships. And so you want to have some specific types defined in there. And I've got a slide on, how to, what those should be. Also a slide on the CI statuses. There are specific status as well. Got CI statuses up here. And then you've got other status. There's several status tables. So CI statuses versus incident service request statuses versus change statuses, problem statuses, and then this here, types, refers to not only equipment types, software types, also CI types. So, and typing is just used to create items that have the same structure, the same attributes. And so then you have a type, like CI type server, and then all those attributes associated with the server that you wouldn't have for some other CI type. And so then you would just track that information for that kind of CI, and then other information for another type of CI, and that would be defined by their type. Okay, so statuses, there's some specific ones. Let's see. Here we have, an exercise where we just add a status. So I almost feel like I should just bring up the system real quick. See if I can. Well, I'm going to have to. Just a sec. Bring this over here. And I'll just go into, one of my front end servers, not the VMs that we're using for the time being, for the moment, just to sort of show some of these areas. And then we'll get into the same VM structure that you guys are using if we get into some exercises. But so, we're talking about how to navigate to these areas. And so obviously from the global menu, you'll find the references folder at the bottom of this list, always. The structure is always the same. If you're into the other menu, then these folders can be anything in any order, because that's all custom. But these are always the same. So you'll find references, and then here for all of those reference tables, they're under this folder called Other References, and you can see them all. So if we were to look at, say, CI statuses, okay, so we just have these in there for now, and this is really all that we use generally speaking, though you can add to this, but you know, these are the ones we have defined. So yeah, I'll get into some of these others when we get there with the slides. So let me bring that, let's get that started again. Okay, back up a little bit. Statuses, so types. Now for CIs, you can see we have these general types like services, systems, and components, and then you know we have the sub types underneath them, just like what we, and so this would be something we would set up, because when we have to set up our catalog, it's again the same as like what we do with equipment. We need to have a type and we need to have a manufacturer and a model. So when we're setting up the CI catalog, we need the same thing, a type, and that's what this is. So we could set up services, and you can see what those are, systems, or just components, you know, more like a physical or a logical infrastructure component, and then have those defined in our CI catalog. Okay, so you know, this is just a little exercise in adding a service as a new CI type. So you know, you would go into types, and I'll just bring this down again here. So we just go into types here. You can see here I've got different things. So I've got CI here, and under here I've got a couple of things defined. So I could add a new one, and I could just call it service or services or service. It's a service type. And the parent, we can, yeah, we're good just like that. Okay, so we've got CI as the parent, services underneath. Yeah, we know what this code is. You know, we know what this code is about. That's about all we're doing here. One thing, you notice that we can designate an SLA against a CI, just like we can designate SLAs against people and against equipment, and against, you know, services, you know, for service requests, SLAs against incidents as well. So, you know, if you wanted to drive your SLAs and your response targets, your maximum resolution times, against a particular type of CI, like so if you had a server CI, and let's just say your general SLAs are, you know, maybe you just have them set to say, you know, 16 hours, but because it's a server, you might want to say, no, for that, we need it to be shorter. We need to have a server have higher priority and a faster response time and resolution target times. So we'd put in something like maybe 4 hours. And then so anytime a ticket's generated, either an incident ticket or an event, that we would have an SLA to resolve that, that is shorter. The system, what the system will do, it'll compare, say, so if you have an individual that has an SLA, maybe they're a VIP and they have a specific SLA, you've got the category that you've set against the, you know, that you've created for an incident ticket, right? You've got the category which has an SLA defined in its catalog. you've got the person, the recipient. If they're VIP, like I said, they may have a shorter SLA. And then if you then associate a CI to that ticket, it may even have a shorter SLA than the VIP, the person. The shortest SLA is the one that's used by the system. So that's how that works. Okay. So just adding service type is not a big deal. Now, there's this concept of SLA availability target. And that's a little bit different than the SLAs that we've defined in the past for incident service requests. Availability target is defined over here under references. You can see here that SLA is defined here, and we know our SLAs are something like this, right? By hours. Well, availability target's a little different. It's by a percentage. So we can see that here. And I don't have anything defined, but we can go ahead and put one in. So description availability target, you could say it's something like 999%, right? And critical. It's a, well, that says 100. Let's see, maybe I need to not be 99. Don't tell me I can't put in. Let me just put in this 99. Thought I could do better than that. I thought I could put in 995. It's a little different than I expected. So that took, I think. I don't know why it's flipping to 100 if it's higher than that. So anyway, you've got a percentage, and then so availability with CIs, you know, that is something that we monitor in the CMDB, how available something is, and you can put CIs in and out of availability. You know, you can make them unavailable or make them available proactively, and you would do that because you're planning for a maintenance period. But they also can be taken out of service automatically by an event. An event occurs, maybe an alert happens on a device that triggers an event that gets created in the system, and that event then changes that item to be unavailable. And then you can track how often that happens. If you have a system that's constantly going in and out of availability, that's not a good thing, and you'd need to know that. The other thing here is I wonder if we have, okay, we do have some service hours defined. So this is how you would set up an availability target, and then you would use this availability target on the CI. You would associate it with the CI. And you can have many targets, right? I just have this one, this availability target, but I can define other ones that are less severe. And the whole point is that you're using that to establish an expectation and to be able to report on when that availability is not met. Okay. Yeah, let me pull that back up again. Okay, so service hours, we know what that is. Availability target, corporate availability, you can have other levels of availability. Percentage of availability combined with the service hours to create a contractual agreement that's defined by the business. So again, this is just another quick lab on creating some service hours. If I'm dwelling on stuff here that you guys are already familiar with and you don't want me to cover it, just tell me to move on. If this stuff is interesting, I'll just point it out. So service hours, I mean, this is just filling out tables, right? So it's not that big of a deal. Sure.
You can create your how it was called, the types. So something, a type for a different CI. And I had looked into the, let's say, network part. It was something related to network. Where exactly we will define the properties of that, like, MAC address, or I don't know if it is a server, the operating system, and so on.
So you can do it in two ways. You can define certain attributes right in the CI form, so the record. So when you create a CI, you can have fields in there that are available to be populated. Now, those would be fields that are generally used as common fields, across all of your CIs, generally speaking, right? There's some ways to configure things in your system so that, for instance, if your type is a server, you can set up, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this concept, but in a form, let me just pull up a CI. See if I have one here. Oops, not the calendar.
So a CI should have data that are, the same for all the or fields, like name for all the CIs, but the other should, like particular for servers, or I don't know, disk, I don't know, should have proprietary type of fields.
Yeah. So where I'm going with this is that with the CI, you can use, and we're going to talk about this, we haven't talked about it yet, you can use something called attributes. So you can define attributes that only show for a particular type of CI. And we'll cover this in a slide here coming up. So if you say so for a server CI, you kind of want to know what the number of cores are. You might want to know what the CPU model is. You might want to know RAM and maybe hard drive storage, and you might want to know other things about that server, the operating system. But you wouldn't necessarily want those fields to be exposed, say, for a service, a CI that's a service. So there's two ways to handle this. You create attributes that are specific to the type called server, and they only show when you've defined a CI as type server, then you'll see those attributes available. Or you can literally just create fields in your table, your CI table, alter the schema so that you have fields for all of those things you want to, record data against. For any of your CIs, you can just modify, your CI table, but then you only expose on the form that you're filling out for a CI, and that would be this thing here plus once I fill this out, then would see the form. Unfortunately, I can't do this from this server because I don't have CI catalog, so I don't have any models, so I can't. You always have to have a model to choose from when you're trying to create an instance of something. So, but where I'm going with this is that you can create your CIs and then fill out your information on the form, either the dialog that popped up like I just showed, or the form that then appears after you've created it. But then only the fields for that type you have show. And the way we would do that is with what we call a custom form. A custom form basically has a constraint or a condition that says only display this form this sort of variance of the form. So let me explain it like this. With a CI, you would have a main form or a base form, and then just think of the conditional forms. I called them custom forms earlier, but they're called conditional form. Conditional forms is like layers on top of the base form. So you have a base form, and so if you have no conditional forms, then you would always show this base form anytime you're creating something like a CI. But then if you then had a conditional form that said, hey, show this form if the type is a server, then that form can be laid out totally different than the base form, and it would be laid out specific to servers. So it would only show fields that relate to servers. But then say if you had another CI you're creating and it's a service, then you'd say, well, maybe you have a conditional form for that one that only shows the fields that are related to the service. So you can do it a couple of different ways. You can create custom or conditional forms, or you can use attributes to define your CIs. Even though I don't have the CIs, let me see something here. If on here I can show you, what I'm talking about with the conditionals. So if I go in here, I think we have conditionals for employees. So if I just drill into one of these characters here, so I'm looking at this record and this form, okay? Now, I'm going to go look at the edit for this. Now, only me and you as administrators can look at this. Regular users can't look at the form to edit it, but we can. So here, we can look here and say, okay, what forms do we have? This is a form. This is the main form, and the reason I know that is because the form name is here, and there's no conditional name over here. So this is the main form that has our fields on it. If I go back to the form, you'll see that these fields are what we're looking at. But let me just look here to see if we have any conditional forms. We have one conditional form. So if I was to click on this conditional form, then here's what I see. I see this set of fields instead of the main form. And the way I get to this conditional form, the name of the conditional form is the form for connected employees. So meaning that if me as the person logged in is looking at my own record, so here it is, I'm logged in and I'm looking at my record, then that would satisfy this condition that this form gets shown instead of the main form. So that's the application of a conditional form. Now in this form, the way we would use this is that if you're the connected user, maybe we expose fields to the connected user that are personal in nature, but only they can see. Or we maybe expose some fields in a read-write capacity, whereas with another user's form, they're always read-only. So you can have a form, just think of it as a layer, and then you can have fields in it, a totally different set of fields, or the same fields, but you've modified their permissions to be a little different. And so you can see how you can apply this to either assets or CIs. So we could actually use here as our constraint, our filter, we could say, only show this form if the type of CI matches what we have defined here. So if we had a server form, we would have that statement in here that the type equals server. And if that's the case, then show these fields, and these fields would be specific to that type, that CI type. So that's doing that with conditionals versus let's take a look here at the attributes, and then, I've got some slides on it, but not baselines, but CIs. Yeah, and again, I have a problem here. So let me, because I don't have any CIs defined. So let me, yeah, I should be able to get into the demo system. Where am I? Right there. I should be able to get into, I know I can because I just did it earlier today. Let me change this. evSM. Okay, gosh darn it. Why am I not able to get into this demo system? At evtry.com. And this should be evapps. Well, I'll be here. Let me pull up some information and get into this thing. It's ridiculous. Looks like I need to change some passwords. Admin at evtry, and yeah, and then the password is a little different on this golden VM versus the training VM. So this one, okay, so I'm in. I just want to get to the point where we can look at actual CIs. And okay. All right, so ACI, all kinds of things. Now see, even though I said this is not a good thing to have in your CMDB, here we go. In our demo database, we have them in there. It's just a suggestion, but why would you want to have a desktop under change control? Maybe there's a reason. In network stuff, I can see. End user stuff, not so much. But that's on a business by business basis. So I'm just going to pick any old thing here and try to remember. Okay, LAN 60,009. I don't want to do that one. That one's. What I want to do is just show attributes. So who knows? I'll look at this one. This is actually a service and not a hardware component. I don't have any. So, you know how I showed you conditional forms? So that's one approach. Another approach would be to add an attribute. Okay. So we add an attribute, and then this attribute. So we've got all these attributes that we can choose from. And so some of these don't make sense for this particular CI type because this is a service. The reason they don't make sense is because they're not strictly filtered by their CI type. If we went and looked at these attributes.
I have a question. It is not possible to have, let's say, for servers or for network cards, predefined attributes?
Yes, it is possible.
Okay.
And this is what I'm going to show you right now. So we're going to look at attributes. And so here are all the attributes. You can see that these are the same things that I was just looking at in that list. Let's see. So for instance, maybe I want to processor, just as a, an idea. This attribute here, if I just wanted to show this for servers, let me just update this. What I would do, see right now, I don't have a restriction on it. So this attribute is showing up anytime anybody wants to create a new attribute. But if I restricted this by type, and I come in here and say, well, the type is, and let's say I've got infrastructure and there's server. So I've just restricted it by type, and the type is server. Okay, so now this is for the processor attribute.
And
So
right now,
if I leave that like that,
so right now you cannot see as a general attribute if you want to add it on another type of CI. It will be just strictly to those servers, and that's it.
that's it. Yes, that's it. So if I go back to the CIs now and try to look for this, I'm not going to see it unless I pick a server, CI. So let me just see if I can get in here. Click on the right thing. So for this one, the type here, it says it's shared. Okay. So if I go into this, and then I say, okay, I want to add the attribute, the processor attribute. I can say, okay, well, we don't have a processor attribute. Well, no, it's not being shown because it's restricted by type. But if I go back and pick a server, and there's here we've got servers here. I'll just pick that one. So type server, and then come in here and say new. Then I should be able to see processor, and there it is right there. So
Okay.
you can define a set of attributes for each type of item,
Yes.
and then only show those types, and not have any general types, because the general types sometimes get in the way, unless they're the attributes that you're going to always define on every CI. Then it would make sense to show them.
No, I was wondering if you are. So, okay, now I understand a part, but my question is still not answered. So, that means that. No, I was looking if you are going to create a CI as a server and you put that processor for the server, it is possible to be already as an attribute somewhere on the page when you are creating the CIs, or when you are viewing, or you need to create a dedicated page where you can put that attribute processor directly on the form.
So the answer is all of the above, right? You can do any or all of those things. So you can.
So
You can
out of the box
you
you cannot do it, or out of not out of the box. If you are restricting an attribute, you are not seeing the attribute on the detail page of a server. You need, if you want to see it, you have the possibility to modify the form to and then just be restricted to attributes. But
Well, if you create your CIs, like maybe by automation, and you use, REST to create the CI in a script, then it'll automatically, then you can tell it to create the attribute, and then when you look at the CI, it'll already have an attribute with a value. But until you actually add a value to an attribute, it's not going to show up. So that's for attributes as a relationship, because that's what these are, relationships to the main record. But, like you described, if you wanted to see processor here as a field, we can add a field called processor. Now we have to decide whether we want that to show for all CI types or just for the server CI type. And if you only want it to show for the server CI type as a field on the form, then you have to create a conditional form for that to happen. But it's possible. Yeah, this way here, using attributes and capacities, that just makes the product a little bit more usable without having to do a lot of customization. So you can come in and create your attributes and create your restrictions, and then you can come over here and then add them. So like for instance, this one here, once I say I want to use this one, processor and whatever value I want to put in here, Xenon something XYZ, whatever. As soon as I add that, then it becomes a related element over here, and you can see that it's there. It won't show until there's a value. Just like all of these, none of these have any values, but we can see that there are possible relationships. As soon as we add a value, then we're going to have a relationship, and then they'll show up here. So all of these under the more column, they just don't have any values. So they're not relevant. These are the only ones that are relevant because we have values. But I can see, yeah, if you wanted to remind somebody that, hey, there's this processor field that needs to be filled out, but yeah, you might just want to include it in the form because they might forget to add it as an attribute. So you have, it's multiple choices of how to do something is what it is.
So, Rick, I got to follow up on that then.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're adding it to the main form, I believe then you have to change the schema. Is that correct? If you have a field added to the main form? I believe I remembered that from our admin class.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be kind of a smart aleck, but you can't add it until you create it. So, yeah, you would have to modify the table.
Right. Okay.
One thing I could say is that there are some fields here.
Right.
That
but let's say it's not down there though.
You can use temporarily. If it's not there, then yeah, you'd have to modify the schema.
And I believe you said that we would have to have Easy Vista add that, right? That's correct?
That's correct. Because you don't have access to the direct access to the database.
Right. Okay. All right. And so now with the attributes, when I'm looking at the attributes page, I see that there's a new. So I can click on new and add any attribute that I would want, right?
That's correct.
So how is that different? I mean, what's the... there's got to be a difference, right, between having that field added to the main page and adding it as an attribute. What can't we do with the attributes that we would be able to do with the field on the main page?
You can do the same things. It's just that you're given permission by the system to create attributes in the attribute table. You're not given permission to modify the schema.
Barry, I think I can explain a little bit better. So, Rick, I'm not sure if you are familiar with CA Service Desk. Are you familiar with that software?
With the which?
CA Service Desk Manager.
CA tool.
CA Tools.
Yeah, CA Tools. Yeah. Service Desk.
So,
okay, yeah.
Yeah, so over there, a CI table or the CI table, it's a table with general attributes, physical attributes in that table, right? Then when you want to create a server, there is an extension table that is linked to that CI original table, which is called, I don't know, CI something servers. And in that table, you have already created column 4 processor, column 4 RAM, color for hard disk, and so on. So physically, there is a physical table in the database that corresponds to an already existing form. And when you are, let's say, opening a form for servers in service desk, CA service desk, you have the main page of the CI and then a small tab where you have the extension table where you have all your fields. Here, what I understand is the following. You have your CI table with the CI form, right, that is referencing that table. But in case that you want extra fields, you don't have the same logic like having an extension table. The logic that is behind EasyVista are actually, you can do it in two ways. One, you can do it brute force, like creating a physical column or attribute and then add it to the form. Or two, create logical attributes, which that's what we have here, attributes that you can create it with the new button, and then those logical attributes you can add it to your CI table as an attribute for that record, because this like AD1SP, it's a record, it's in the CI table, and attributes are just attributes from, let's say, an attribute table that is linked to a CI, which then you can have attributes linked to something else, I don't know, tickets and so on. That's the logic, right?
So the attribute table that you see here, from the way you describe the extension table in the CA platform, it's the exact same thing. You can set up attribute definitions, and then you can see this is a table. This is a linked table.
No,
just like your extension table is linked.
The difference,
the way you described.
Yes, the difference is that when I'm creating a server, I already have the processor field, the RAM field, the hard disk field, the whatever already there in the form. So it's not quite the same, and the logic behind it, even in the database and in the architecture, it's a little bit different. But I understand what is the point of these attributes. You can have whatever attributes you like. You don't have to modify the schema, and you can use it as it is.
Right, and then we can add those attributes to like whatever CI class we want. So we can make them specific to a server. We can make them specific to, some kind of network gear, a router, a hub, whatever, or a switch, or we can just exclude them from, say, a service, for instance. Right. So I do get it. And then we can do like reporting on that stuff and things of that nature, because it's actually in the database. Those attributes are physically just a reference table in the database. That stuff exists. Okay, so I'm good with that. And thanks again, Sebastian, for explaining it. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Yeah, see the thing that you have that you're describing, it's just a custom table. That you have a specific set of fields already defined for you by that other software package. A custom table can be added to EasyVista if, in fact, you need that. It's at some point, the table and the form, whether it's an extension or whatever you want to call it, it has to be created and then linked to the main form. And so you can do the same thing if you wanted to have a custom table built, you could do that. The other thing you could explore is I don't know how much you know about questionnaires, but this is another input mechanism.
No, but this one, the logical attributes, is like cutting the middleman. So that cutting the Easy Vista administrator that creates the new tables and so on. So yeah, no, I understand.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, at least you have that. And if you need to define more, then you just figure out what it is that you need, and then it can be built, and it's not that big of a deal to do it. And then you have exactly what you're describing, and it's actually kind of nice because you don't have some extended table. You just, when you log in and create a CI and it's a type server, then you just see only those fields that are relevant to a server. It's quite simple to set up. It takes a little bit because you can't, unless you had an on-premise installation. If you had an on-premise installation, then you could just get right into the database and do whatever you wanted to do. But because you're working in a SaaS environment, it's only prudent that the database is not exposed to the end users or to the end user admins. So if you need to modify anything in the databases, you just need to put in a request to make modifications.
Okay, thank you. That was a big question of mine because I have some data that needs to get stored and just wasn't wanting to add a whole bunch of fields into the asset record or the CI record. So the attributes is, well, I mean, on the main page.
I mean, if it's data that you need to have stored, why don't you create fields for them if they're not already there? I mean, this.
I mean, I could. I just thought you just said that attributes would be. All right.
I mean, you can use attributes.
Sure.
For sure.
Yeah,
but if you wanted to actually add fields for a particular reason, you know that you're going to need them, and you wanted to make a modification so that you have those fields. They don't have to be.
No, what Barry wants to say is, if you want to have it, if you want to create it, he doesn't really want to create those fields because he is referring to different type of CIs, which for a CI makes sense that fields, for another CI doesn't make sense that field. So that means that that means.
Yeah, but did you hear me talk about the conditional forms?
Yes, and the conditional form, and then you need to create conditional. You need to create conditional form for every type of CI, which makes somehow sense. It is in between. Let's put it like that. It is in between making sense and not really making sense, and having that logical attributes make probably more sense, but depending on how Barry wants to use it or how he needs to load the data. Actually, I think that's his concern, how he will load the data on a logical attributes versus a physical attribute, something like that. Probably the concern.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Yeah, it's just and it's fields that the client wants to see, right? They want that data stored. I'm just not quite certain where it needs to be stored at. And when now seeing these attributes, it was like, oh, hey, that's a really good spot for this data because we can only we could just limit it to just the servers, and we could put that data there. And so I mean, I'm still throwing it around in my head, but the other question I would have, that this follow-up question would be, can we also import data into those attribute fields, right?
Yes, you can import them in. You can,
okay.
integrate to them from, say, like if you wanted to make a REST call and create an attribute from a REST call. So when I say REST, that means you're automating interaction with ezVista. So if you wanted to create or update data from another system, you can have the other system talk to ezVista, and the way you would do that is through some sort of integration. And so it could either be an ADO ODBC connection directly, or it could be a web services connection, using REST or SOAP, or it could be some other mechanisms you can use. You can even use email. If you could do that if you had in the email the metadata that need to be copied into specific fields. So that's usually only applied to alerting systems that are generating emails from machines, where you can program what goes into the body of the email. From a end user, a human being's perspective, they're not going to know how to encode the metadata. So that wouldn't be a good integration for that sort of scenario. But anyway, a lot of different options.
I have a question. Is the SCCM already have a type of connector with ezVista that will facilitate this type of discovery?
So you said which STCM?
SCCM.
SCCM.
Yeah, Microsoft
Okay.
SCCM.
Right. So,
And
yeah.
I believe the client has that set up already, Sebastian.
Oh,
Because the workstations are getting loaded
okay.
right now.
Okay. No, okay. I'm trying to give you all the help that I think.
No. Yeah, I appreciate that. So, with that in mind, Rick, that question, well, let's just run with Sebastian's question. Is it the integration coming out of SCCM? Is there one for ezVista, or is it almost like an export-import that's happening with like, say, workstations or something of that nature, assets?
Let me see if I can find it here. Right there. So this is the integration that you would do with SCCM. It's called using the pre-import process to actually do an ODBC or connection from ezVista on a scheduled basis. So you would be talking to the SCCM database. You would be querying it with a SQL query and pulling data into a staging table. From there, you can then take that data, and if you need to, you can transform the data and put it into a second staging table after it's been, adjusted, corrected, modified, whatever you need to do. And then from there, we then bring it into ezVista. You can actually go straight in if there's no need for, any sort of modification. You can just go straight from here to ezVista. But we have this process, and yes, this would be basically just, we would need to be able to log in to, the SCCM server, the SQL server, and run a SQL query and pull data. And there are several standard SQL scripts for pulling different types of, data, because the SQL or the SCCM schema is pretty well known, pretty transparent.
Gotcha. Yeah. So it's been previously set up in this system that we are stepping into. So I'm not quite exactly certain how that's happening. I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to look into
investigation.
that integration to see exactly how they are using it in this moment. I mean, we will not modify it, we will just use it as it is. But it was great to understand exactly what our possibilities, if we want to change it or how we can change it, or anyway, but we will see.
Right.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that if you have an ezVista system integrating with SCCM, it's probably been set up like this. And so you could read through this page and you can see there are all the instructions for how to do this.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So if you wanted to explore that, of course, if you needed help with it, of course you could, get help to be able to do that. But this is documented pretty well. Now there's also with this integration, you can see this is called the pre-import process. So this shows the SCCM specific pieces, but the actual pre-import piece you could just look for here. And this will give you a little bit better idea of what's happening to get the information from SCCM into the first staging table. Pre-imports, I'll just scroll down here. See, you've got the same diagram. This is more generic. It's not SCCM specific. It's just to any ODBC server. But then you've got the definitions here. Here are the scripts that you would run to actually talk to the server and then query. We've got examples here for LDAP. Here's ADO, which would be something you would probably use for SCCM. So this would be the connection string, right? And then you would have a request. So this would be something that would be designed with the customer. Probably there's two ways you could do it. You could, if they wanted to allow you direct access into their tables to be able to query them, then we would use standard SCCM scripts. If their DBA wanted to create a view with the information that we wanted to extract, then we would just query the view, and we would have just a simple script like this to query a view. You can see here we've got this would be something we'd use for SCCM and ADO. You got different other types of examples of connections. Could even use this to pull in a file from a particular location, but that's how the pre-import is set up. And so there's some information around that. So between that, so just think that and then the SCCM, and between those two, that's the information you need to be able to set those up. And it's described here a little bit. SQL script examples, I'm kind of curious what they have here. I don't see. See, they do refer to the gateway. So for SCCM, then we go over there. We do have some, just common SCCM scripts, that we use, one to poll servers, another to poll workstations, another to poll people. There's different types of SCCM SQL scripts to pull specific information. I don't know. I don't see. I don't see that they actually show the scripts here. I mean, they're scripts that you can easily acquire, and we've got copies of them. They're standard scripts because the SCCM schema is a specific way. Like here's a description of some tables and some attributes that you would put into a SQL script. But we have some standard scripts that we deploy. Normally, what I usually advise or suggest is that the DBA set up a view. That way, we don't have to be hard coded to the SCCM schema in case that schema changes. From one release to the next, the schema might change, and then we might end up not being able to pull data. But if the DBA is in control of a view where they can modify the view to accommodate, or to address those changes, then we're just querying the view. In other words, it's a layer of abstraction. And so I usually like to work with the DBA and have them set up or create a view where the view then goes in and queries these specific things that we're looking for. And then, if something should change, they can just modify their view, and we don't need to get in and, have to change the scripts in the pre-import because something's changed in the schema on the SCCM side. So that's just the recommendation, but you could also just go direct and call these specific attributes. And I've got examples of SCCM scripts. Let me look at, I'll just see if I can find one and show it to you. Let's see. Implementation and then scripts. Let me see if I have my SCCM scripts. I've got, where are they? Where's my pre-import? Let's see. There it is. Okay, so an example script. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just looking at all these SCCM scripts here. I'm trying to find one that just is querying main user. I'd like to find one that is just querying like workstations. Here's equipment, hardware, equipment. But those aren't scripts. Those are extractions. Let's see. Let me look at that one. Yeah, so here's an example. So this is a script where we're actually pulling attributes, and we have all the appropriate join statements to the different views you can see in SCCM. But what we're doing is we're pulling this information. So all of this set up with the grouping and the joins to support pulling these fields. And this is just an example. Now, this is very specific because we're actually logging in and talking directly to the SCCM database and querying the actual tables. Actually, these are view representations of the tables. Here, let's see. Yeah, they're all, I guess, even the system tables. So all of these are still views, but this is commonly the way we do it. But then you could take a script like this as a DBA, and he could build this as just a view that we could then just query without having to, create all these joins and all these other things. And then the DBA is then in control of that view. And if something should happen with a software upgrade or what have you, all he'd have to do is adjust his view. We would still continue to query it, and we would, as long as the view is returning, the right information, we wouldn't have to make any changes on our side. So, yeah, that's just one example. I don't know if any of this, yeah, that's different stuff, but let's see. There's a software. No, those are little test scripts. Here's another one from SQL 2007. So anyway, this is kind of giving you the idea. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I'm kind of looking at the clock. I think, around 10 o'clock, my time. Actually, it's already, I guess it's into your lunch right now, noon for you, Barry, anyway. So, yeah, we've only been going 3 hours. So I figured if we go 4 hours and then take a little bit of a break, like just call it lunch, call it dinner, call it whatever, then we can proceed in the afternoon or the second half. Okay. So are we good? We ready to continue?
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. So again, a catalog is a catalog. Whether you're talking about setting up an equipment catalog or a CI catalog, you basically set it up with makes, models, and specific attributes. There's really no magic to it. They're all kind of similar in that way. So we just have another example of an integration model we could do as a working exercise, but I think I'm hearing that everybody's comfortable with that, so we'll just keep moving. So status of CIs, yes, we can modify the table, the status table for CIs. Again, not a big deal. And here we go with the attributes concept, and I think we've already explored this pretty well. Yeah, you can make attributes for anything that you would like. So you could say, I want to add a custom attribute called platform architecture. And so you would create that, just like we saw, and then you could actually restrict it either by type, or you could restrict it by these other, filters, if you want to call them that. So oops.
As you see there are radio buttons. So that means you can just select one, and then on the right side where it's saying CI system, you can have 3 different, let's say, types, location, or departments, right?
Yes, you're correct. So a radio button only allows you to select one of them. You can't. It's not like a checkbox where you can select multiples.
My question is, what if I need the 4th, let's say, something, location? The 4th I will select location. I put 3 location, but I need 4 or 5.
Then you have to do it something different, because to be able to add a 4th or a 5th, we have to actually modify the software.
Okay,
to
so
be able to do
we will
that.
take this as a limitation.
Well, I guess if we're looking for limitations, then this would be considered a limitation. But again, there are other ways of configuring the system. You could do exactly what you want to do, using a different method.
So you can actually put like 3 different types, or is that just you can only put one type?
You can put one type. If you wanted to restrict this particular attribute,
right?
But
you can only use
values.
one type. You could put this attribute in 3 times. So you have the same attribute, platform architecture, and then you put in a particular type for one, a particular type for another one, and a particular type for another one. So you can do that if you wanted to do that.
I see. So, all right. So because the radio button denotes what you want to do, but you can only use one of those boxes for a particular type, right? So that's what I think, Sebastian, you had thought you could put in 3 different locations or 3 different departments. Is that correct?
So if I will put the example that we have before, so we created a processor, right? And we put it by type, and let's assume that the type is it's CI, I don't know, it's a desktop, a laptop, a server, a phone, right? So you already have more than 3 options. A tablet also, I mean, okay.
So I think what Rick is saying though, Sebastian, is you can only use the one, so you have to put it in 4 or 5 times. Is that correct, Rick? Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, you could do that, or you could use something other than attributes.
Understood.
What is
I mean-
other than attributes? Directly a
Yeah,
physical,
What I would
attribute?
say is, rather than looking for limitations, I would say a better approach would be to define your requirements, and then we could discuss the options for satisfying those requirements. I'm getting the impression that you're just looking for, how this product is not going to meet your expectations. And I don't want to give you the wrong impression that, you're
No,
looking
no,
at
no.
attributes.
It's just,
You know.
I'm trying to understand if we will have a case where we need to have, let's say, an attribute. So, for the moment, if you have an attribute and you don't put any type of restriction, I mean, there is no problem, no? I'm just saying, in case that we have a restriction, at least to understand the restriction. I'm not looking just, only, I mean, yes, I'm looking to understand the restriction itself, but I'm not looking specifically for restriction to say, oh, this product is not good or is too good or whatever. No, I'm just, trying to understand. That's it.
Yeah, so for your example, where you wanted to use, say, platform architecture, for instance, with multiple types, then I would say, okay, you have the option to add, let's say you have 3 types that you want to use for platform architecture. So you add the attribute 3 times, platform architecture, and you assign the type to each of those, a different type to each of those. And then, so then you've solved the problem. You can do what you want to do. It doesn't matter how many attributes you add to the table. The system doesn't care.
You don't have a type of uniqueness to the value of the attribute?
I'm sorry?
You don't. So you can have the same platform architecture added several times as an attribute, correct? That's what I understand.
Yep.
Okay, so that means there is not in the attribute logical attribute table is not a restriction on that name particular. Okay, got it. Oh, that's better. Huh?
Yeah, and I would say just, give it a shot. I mean, you can test, some of these ideas by, just, seeing if you can do what I'm describing here, So this is what it is. It could be, obviously things can be improved. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that this is just one way to track information using attributes. There are other ways to do the same thing. There are many other, techniques. So, if you wanted to use attributes, then here's what you have as a tool. If there's a way to improve this tool, then certainly, we can entertain that. There's a channel for submitting your ideas and your requests so that we can improve the software. If you see that you feel like that it's a little bit too limited or restricted. I mean, what we're seeing here with radio buttons, all that is that's just an OR condition on the back end in the business logic. If we wanted to AND those together, we change that out for a checkbox. And that could be a suggestion, a request. Say, hey, we need to AND these together. And in other areas in the system, specifically in the filters that you use against the like the filters and views, you've got the ANDing and OR capabilities in there. So if that's something that's really important that we, have the same functionality here, then we could put in a request to make that change. But that's not something that I can do with the metadata. We'd have to actually alter the system core code. So, but it could be a request to do that if you feel like that's really what you need to be able to satisfy a particular requirement and there's no other way to do it. So, yeah, it would be nice if those were checkboxes. But again, if you wanted to have like a SQL like or an in in parentheses and then multiple values kind of scenario, which we do have, like if you investigated our filters and view logic, you have that. We could add that here. It's just not there. I mean, attributes are normally simple to set up, and if you have multiple conditions, you can add as many attribute permutations as you need to satisfy what it is you need to do. Not the best, way to do it, because if you had better mechanisms where you can have checkboxes and you can do ands and ors and stuff like that, that would be better logic. And we do have that, like I said, in the system in other areas, just not here. One thing that I could do is where I'm talking about. Let's see, I'll just use this one just to demonstrate it quickly. So just pulling up, I could pull up, employees, I could pull up, incident service requests. So if you come in here and you see this little filter box here, so if you wanted to filter this data, let's just say you had 20, 30,000 records here. Now you can filter from here, but you can also filter from here. So it's like a sub filter. If you came in here and defined this, remember this filter creation and editing function is usually not available to regular users. It's only available to your admins. And so if somebody wanted to filter something, if it's not already defined here, they would have to ask the admin to create a filter for them. That's why we have filters exposed here for the individual user, so they can go in and filter, and these filters persist until you take them out. So that's why you have individual filters on the columns. So, a little bit more functionality. Also, we have filters, over here as well. Where are they? Right here. Yeah. So what I was going to show is that with a filter, you have an and an or condition. And then let me just go back here. So that's in the filter that an admin would set, but you can also do the same thing here. Filter contains, and you've got other different types of things you can apply. So the contains, you can put in multiple things here. Rick and Steve and Jeff, and this is like a SQL statement that is an in statement within parentheses, and then you have all your values, right? So now that would be a handy function to have where you're pointing out for attributes. It just hasn't been addressed. It's been addressed here because we've had a lot of interest. Customers have, input their feedback, into our mechanism. It's called User Voice. It's a platform that you can access from the support, portal, and then you can put in your, if you want to call them enhancement requests, call them that. But so you can give feedback. They get voted up by other customers, and if it becomes a really popular feature that needs to be considered, then it's considered and it's put into the next release. That's how this came to be, because formerly we just had this. And then all you could do is come in here and just put in, if you wanted to search, you have to use SQL wildcard to be able to search. But now with this, I can have this persist. So this, what I'm saying is this was just put in the last, I think, a couple releases. So I could just add this filter, and then this filter persists and it stays there. I could go off of this and then come back and the filter will still be there. So it's just a, it's a little bit, more, a little nicer functionality. The same thing could happen, in the attributes area. Okay. So this, again, just, we've seen how we can add an attribute and put, some sort of filter type against it. And then that then becomes available only based on that filter. Okay, same thing with capacities. Capacities are just like attributes. It's just that now you're putting in kind of units of measure is what, we could think of it as. And those capacities are then used in combination with attributes. You can do that. So if you're using an attribute that says, that you're measuring, say, the megabyte size of a hard drive or the gigabyte size of a hard drive, you can have a capacity that's megabyte or gigabyte, and then so that's something you can select as a unit of measure. That's how capacities are basically used. Again, right here we're showing that we're restricting it to servers and free disk space. Okay. Okay, so this is just a little exercise. And so you can see here, capacity, it's set up in gigabytes. And so then you can put in thresholds, and then that becomes available when somebody's using that capacity. Okay. Here's a little note here for, real world considerations. Okay, and then next item here we're moving into is configuration items. And so think of configuring a configuration item similarly to the way you would have to configure, say, an asset. The reason I say that, I could have also said, think of it similarly to the way you would have to configure, say, a service request or an incident, in that they're driven by catalogs. So you have to have a catalog representation or reference. Just like with, I'll go back to the example of an asset. You have to have a reference in the equipment catalog of the thing you're trying to instantiate before you can do it. So like when I was in my demo server and I was trying to show you guys CIs, I couldn't create a CI because I didn't have a CI catalog defined. So I couldn't manually create a CI. I would have to first create the catalog to have catalog entries that then I could pick from to create my CI. And we saw how we can do that all in one step if we just create an integration model that imports our CI inventory with type, manufacturer, model, all in the same spreadsheet. So you can configure multiple tables with one import, and that is, you know, a little bit more efficient. So when you get your catalog in, though, then you can add things manually. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So I know that with you can convert assets into CIs, right? You I think it's called elevate them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, promote or elevate, or, you know, I think the
promote.
wizard
Yeah, promote.
The
Right,
wizard's actually called just manage in CMDB if you're looking for the wizard to do that.
Well, let's say I have a server in an asset, and I want to promote it to make it a CI because it's my email server, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Do I still need to have the I always want to call it a model, but the catalog set up for the CI in order to promote it, or does it take what I have as an asset and kind of make that into or convert that, say, into the catalog and then promote that? I mean, is there something that's done in the background, I guess, or do I have to have that CI catalog set up in order to promote that server?
Yeah. So what you said second. What you said second.
Okay. So I do have. Okay.
Which
ahead,
which is, you know, you don't have to do anything special. Just use the wizard, the manage in CMDB wizard, and it'll do all that for you. And it'll take the information that's in the asset, and then it'll put it in the appropriate catalog for the CI, and it'll create the CI for you. So you don't have to do anything with the catalog. You just, you know, pick an asset and say, yeah, no, I want to make this a CI. And I can, you know, again, show you that. So let me see if I have any assets here to pick on. Probably don't. Probably have just a few. One record. Probably need to go into a different server. Let's see. So I've got a couple of assets here. So this is an asset. Let me just highlight it. And this is where I just wanted to point this out. If you just come here and say manage in CMDB. Now you saw that in this particular server, I don't have a CI catalog defined. But if I come in here and use this, okay, so the name that I have for this particular item is this. This name is actually the network identification, and you can see that. That's an IP address. If we looked at this asset and looked at where this information is coming from, it's coming from the network identifier. And that's what we use for CI. It's the network identifier. So we could change this to, you know, from an IP address to some name. And then we just give the status, and we want to put it in production if we're going to make an active CI. And then we just hit next, finish. And then we can go look. Well, here it is. So this is now a CI. And so if we looked this up, whereas before I don't think I had any CIs. So now I have a CI. So if I come over here and look, I should see this in there. And there it is. And see, I didn't have to do anything. Again, my catalog, you know, I didn't have to go in and mess with it. That's what the wizard did for me. And so it just basically moved information over from the asset into the CI record. And we could add more information, obviously, because there's things that we need to do additionally. We could add it to the DML by just checking that box. It's just a Boolean. We can give it a CI SLA, CI availability target, you know, SLA availability target, and other items are here. So yeah, that was just manage, of course, now I don't see that option anymore because that's only available for assets. But now this is a CI. And yeah, we've got a whole new set of wizards, for CIs that we need to go through.
And then that created the whole laptop and all that in the CI catalog, so we could then use that as an additional, I don't know if you want to call it like a model, but that in that CI catalog to create further devices of that type, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Very good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So those wizards kind of make things a little bit simpler. Yeah. So you can see the definitions here again. Just configuration item is something that it's like I almost think of it, a metaphorical example might be like a Bitcoin. Bitcoin keeps all of the information about its transactions from its very beginning to when it's done, and who traded what, what amount, who the person, all that's recorded within the Bitcoin. It's kind of like that. But a CI is the same thing. You're capturing all of the interactions with other elements, other components within the CMDB, and the other processes. All those things are recorded in this record. Okay. Okay, so here's an example, another lab example of just go ahead and creating a EasyVista, load balancer as a CI. Well, so the first thing we'd have to do is we'd have to select the model, because the model then populates, some of these other fields for us automatically. But if we're creating a CI from scratch manually, then we have to instantiate it from a model that's in the catalog, the CI catalog. Okay. So importing. So again, you can set up an integration. I did share an example of a configuration management DCT. And so in there, you'll see tabs. One is, your configuration items tab. Another is your CI catalog tab. But same thing, if you just put in the CIs in that spreadsheet, this in the CI inventory tab, then columns that you have in there like type, manufacturer model, as well as several other CI specific attributes. So you could use that to import a number of CIs. Now that's, one technique. Most people, if they already have a system set up to monitor all of their activity in their networks and monitoring, all of their CIs, then we could then just leverage that. We can just create an integration to that system and pull the data in that way. We wouldn't necessarily have to put everything in a spreadsheet. We could just query the other system with a SQL query and then pull that information in via the methods that we just described with SCCM. And that would be a way to, and of course you can limit your SQL query to only pull in a very small subset of items that you want to start with, so you don't start with too much. You start slow. You might just pick a particular type of gear or a particular service, and then just pull in the elements to support that. Okay. So in this, you can see in this regard, here's kind of an example of the items that you would pull in from a spreadsheet. Pretty straightforward, kind of looks similar to assets. there's a lot more we could pull in, but that's just what we're pulling in now with this example. A little reminder here that, you know, if you click finish, then the integration model's only going to get saved. It's not going to run. You have to actually click execute to run it immediately. You could always click define it, click finish, and then schedule it to run later. But normally when you first define an integration model, even if you're going to schedule it, you want to run it manually a few times to make sure it's working properly. So relationship types. So again, this is something not asset related. It's very much CI related. So relationship types are, of course, you know, how one CI relates to another. This is one example. Installed on. There are other types of relationships. And I think I've got a diagram for these, but CMDB tracks relationships between the items. Okay. The object of the CMDB is to provide a logical model. So how one CI relates to the other, and how a system is formed. And then the CMDB is used to do things like impact analysis if a particular component or element in that system is taken out of service. You know, you can run an impact analysis, get a result, and then you can do simulations. There's actually wizards that allow you to simulate taking something out of action, or, you know, make it unavailable, where you don't actually make it unavailable, you know, because if you're doing this in your production environment, you wouldn't want to, you know, do that. But you can simulate doing that and then see what the effect would be, see what other items would be affected, what kind of impact that would have. So here's some definitions about CIs and their relationships to each other. So you can see here two terms used, impacting and impacted. I think I'm going to have to go into the demo database, of course, because I don't. Let me just pull that up. Yeah, if I can. I'm going to have to remember that password again. Let's see. Okay, I got it saved in there. So in the demo database, if I just look at pick a CI, let's see, I'll pick this one. First, I'll pick this one and show you impacting and impacted, right? So we're going to see that here. So you can add manually, you can add relationships, impacting CIs, impacted CIs. Impacting CIs are those CIs sort of above the flow. Say if you're talking about ingress traffic, something should go down, then those would be considered the superior component in the dependency relationship, and then the impacted are the inferior or the downstream. Now, the way to look at this differently, I mean, we can see, you know, which CIs these are by their types. But a way to look at this differently is to go back to the CI here and look at it graphically. And I'm kind of jumping ahead because I'm not quite there yet in the slide deck, but let's take a look anyway. So here's a graphical depiction of this particular CI as it relates to others around it. Okay, and we can interpret this further. We can go in and look at the configurations, availability. So there's a lot of information. Again, this is the I guess the strength of the CMDB over just a regular asset inventory, and that now we have this additional information that we could use for planning purposes, use for, what if scenarios. If this firewall goes down, how does it affect other things downstream? We could pick, I think there's one that's a little bit more interesting. Let's see. I don't know. These accounting ones might be. No, not too interesting. There's one model. So yeah, so you can go into the demo database, just the 40,000 database, and look at these different CIs, and you see the different relationship setup. So here's one, billing again. Portal going to SQL Server, going to billing, and then virtual machines down below. Okay, so I just wanted to show quickly, impacting versus impacted. And those are used to basically map out, those topologies. Okay. I guess here's another way of thinking about these relationships. So if you were the CI, if you're asking, what do I affect? Then those things that you affect are impacted. If you ask, what is affecting me, then things affecting me are impacting CIs. Pretty straightforward concept. So, here's an exercise in setting up relationships between CIs. And so, you would take a CI and you would set the relationship type to another CI, and then that would end up showing that in topology. And so you set up these relationships like this. So, what you're doing is you're literally coming in and for a particular, say, look at this one, a particular CI, you're just clicking on, okay, I want to create an impacting, or, you see impacted, you can't see it. Well, can't see it because you don't have it, because we don't have it defined. We come over here and we'd have to click on one to define one. And then we can just go ahead and then select from in here. Now, only, the CIs that are related to this requesting person, no, I don't have any. But if I uncheck that, then I should be able to see everything. And then I can pick what I need. And then put that in there, and then put in the type of relationship. Okay. You could also set this parameter, and then that is used in the impact analysis, which Again, if we look at these, we've got availability simulations, impact analysis. We've got up here collision detection. Each of these, wizards, they're described. If you're ever curious about what any of these do, I'm pretty sure you can click on one, and then you can just click on the help. And then this should take you to the area where this is described. So let me see if it's doing it. I know it does it pretty consistently. Yeah, it took us right there. So rather than trying to navigate to it from the wiki top down, you can just get to it directly via the content sensitive help. And so then this describes what this particular wizard does. And you could do that for any of the items that any of the wizards, or any items that you see has that question mark. Okay. All right. Okay. So just setting that up, and then establishing a relationship between those two, and then once the relationships are added, then they get presented like we saw in the editor. We call it the graphical, editor. I think there's another reference to it. Let's see. Complete the relationship mapping by following the diagram as a guide. Relate these other CIs. So again, another exercise that could be done. And then you're able to see that by clicking on the graphical editor button that I was clicking, in each CI record. Okay. I'm looking. I thought there was a reference to the editor. Maybe it's a little farther down the slide deck.
Yeah, Rick. So within the actual tool, where are you setting up those relationships? Because like on the general CI tab, not tab, on the general CI form, I'm not seeing that relationship. Is it in one of the sidebars?
Yeah.
Like
so where you're setting up,
yeah,
right here. Yeah, where you're setting up the type, whether it's impacted or impacting.
Yeah. Okay.
So first you have to kind of figure that out.
Right.
Which one do you want to choose, that one or this one? And then you hit new, and then you've got your relationship right there.
Okay.
And then what you select here then shows up on the editor, on the topology. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now we're moving into something called roles, and this would be it says CMDB roles. I've never really heard of a CMDB role. I've heard of CI roles. Let me just take a look here. Might have to change that slide, because if we come down here, it's one and the same, but we're looking at CI. Let me just search for roles. There it is. Roles CI. Instead of CI roles, it's roles CI. But yeah, so you can see here that there's another type of role, and you may be familiar with this type. These roles are called domain roles. So when you set up a role, so like for instance, these roles were set up. Well, this is the demo system, but let's just say in a system you're familiar with, these roles get set up. Basically, the simplest role is one where you're echoing the groups that you're setting up. So let's just say technical support. If we look at that, this role, we can see here, well, we've got more than one group. we've got a number of groups, and we've also got them set up by different domains. So, so this role, you use this in a workflow. You put this in a step, and the step is assigned the role, but then the role consists of all of these people in these different areas by domain, for instance. And so the domain can be used to compare with the person that, say, is requesting, service, they're reporting an incident. And so you could actually route the ticket to the group based on the proximity the requester is to the group. So if it's, so if somebody's escalating out of Italy, their location on their employee record is based, it's associated with Italy. Then if there's a step where this role is used, the actual group that gets routed to the ticket, or at least gets assigned that particular step, would be, this Italy group in the case of requester that's, located in Italy. So this is called, another term for using roles like this. These are called domain roles. They're based on domains. You assign groups based, and then you have domains. But this is called, these kinds of roles are used in what's called role-based routing. We've seen in catalogs groups in charge. Those, when you put a group in that group in charge field, what you're doing is setting up group routing. So you're routing to a particular group designated by what's in the catalog there. If you use a role in place of a group, so in a workflow, you can have a workflow step where you're saying, I want to assign this to the, and it's called the catalog group. So if you're assigning that step to the catalog group, then the system takes that group in charge out of that category entry and assigns that group to that particular step in the ticket. If you're using domain routing or a domain role for role-based routing, then it would see this, but then it would compare the requester to the domain, and then route the ticket to the proper group that way. And so now we're doing the same thing. I'm pointing that out for just regular domain roles. You can also set up CI roles, which we saw. And let me just see if we got any set up in here. And you can route based on the CI. We got a few in here. Let's just take a look at this one here. And this is the role. It's a CMDB role, okay. And then we've got these groups, and these are based on the CI. So depending upon, these are all getting routed to the same group. So this is not the greatest example, but depending upon the CI, you can route to different support groups or different groups. They didn't have to be support groups, but depending upon what kind of, like if it's a server CI, you could route it to a server group, like a backline level 2, level 3 group. And it would do that automatically. So CI roles work similar to the way domain roles work, but they just work, on CIs rather than on domains. And I know you have to play with that a little bit before it becomes clear, but it's intuitive. It's just you need to kind of play with it and set it up and get familiar with it. Same role can be used across multiple CIs, but in each instance, the role is typically referenced to a different group. Yeah. So the role allows specifying a group in charge of processing incidents, requests, changes that affect a particular CI. Yeah, versus, so routing this way versus the two other ways we described, which is domain routing, can be based on just on location, or it can be based on other things. The domain, a domain can be set up on specific filters. There are 5 of them. It would be like the asset type, or the department, or the location. A couple others I'm forgetting. I think I named 4. I'm missing one. We could look. If you look under domains, you've got location, department, type, and category. So I guess there are only 4. Thought there was a 5th one. So, typically, you set up domains based on location, but you can set them up by department. If you're a tighter, have a tighter geography. Or this type refers to equipment type or asset type. Or category. This category refers to service category. And so these are filters. And so they're used by the system to route tickets accordingly, or to expose data according to the filters. So like this domain, for instance, it's Portugal, location, Portugal domain. If you're not in the Portugal, or you don't have access to the Portugal domain, you're not going to be able to see any elements that were defined in this domain. If you're in the default domain, the all company domain, then you'll be able to see everything. But if you're not in that domain, and you're in a defined domain, and say if you're in the Germany domain, then you're not going to be able to see France tickets or elements or anything, or any of these others, because these are filtered differently. You'd only be able to see what you're able to see based on this particular, in this case, the location. So your location would have to match that. Okay. I know it's top of the hour. Let's just see where we're at here. I think we're probably getting close to a breaking point. So creating a role, this is just showing how you can create a role just like you do the same thing with regular domain roles. You can set up a CI role same way. And then you can apply this role to a workflow. And here we go with workflows. I think we're getting, where are we? 120. Where's the next breaking point? Several slides away. Wow, didn't know it was that far. Yeah, from 120 to 170, it's like 50 slides. So we may be a good spot to take a break, because we still got several things to cover. So I guess I'll leave it here at the workflow slide. And I know it's, we're halfway through the day. So I'll just ask, how long would you guys like to break for? Yeah, that's fine by me.
That's fine. Yeah, no, that's
For me, sounds good. That's okay. That's okay with me.
Okay. Well, let's then do that. Let's just take a kind of a quick 30-minute break, and we'll start again at the bottom of the hour.
Back to.
Hello. So let's see. It must be getting pretty late back there. At 6, it was your 9:30, right?
Yes, it's currently 1:30 a.m.
1:30. Yeah.
Yes.
Man, late.
That's okay. I'm already used to it, for working already for a decade on a night shift. So
Oh, wow. So
getting used
you're
to it.
often during the day, huh? Well, that's good.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, night shifts though can be hard. Hey, you've been doing it for a long time, but yeah, they can be hard. I guess it depends on what you do.
Yeah. But before we have shifting schedules. So I experienced working in morning and mid shift, and also there's graveyard shift.
Huh. Yeah, yeah. I used to work in a capacity where I would work like 3 months on the graveyard shift, and then I'd shift for another 3 months to another shift, like I guess the day shift and then the afternoon shift or something like that. And we had one shift that was sort of the shift that where I guess the scheduling kind of required the shift to be like this. It was like 2 day shifts and 3 mids. And you had to do that for 3 months.
Wow.
And it was like, oh man, used to wipe me out. I mean, just doing straight mids isn't so bad. You get used to it. Or doing straight swing shifts or day shifts, those are, but when you have to do those combination shifts, that's a killer.
That's right. And most especially if you're going to switch like in a week or a weekly basis.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I used to a long time ago. It's been a while since I've done that, but I used to work for a harbor patrol. I used to, when I first got out of the service, I was in the Coast Guard, so then I got a job with the harbor patrol, and I thought it was pretty cool until I had to start working those wacky shifts. And I did it for a couple of years. But, yeah, it was a lot of fun because you got to rescue people.
Yeah, saving lives.
Yeah, it's just I'd see people go out. Sometimes I'd have to turn them around, right? Because
Yeah. That's nice.
we had a harbor with a jetty and breakwater and all that. And so as long as you stayed in behind that, you're fine. But I'd see sometimes people going out in a little aluminum rowboat with like 10 people in it, and so you could barely see the boat, the water line, And I'm like, guys, turn around, go back. Because if you go out beyond the breakwater, I'm going to have to go out on a rescue call.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, I think Sebastian is here already.
what's that? Yeah, okay, everybody's here?
Sebastian is here.
Okay, great.
Yep, I'm here.
Well, that was a nice long break, right? It's like it's amazing how fast time goes by. But it was a good break for me anyway. All right, so guess we can get started again. Before I start, I'll just kind of put it out there. Is there any lingering questions about anything that we've covered so far?
No, I'm good.
Nope.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, then we'll get into these slides. So this next concept, I kind of want to test the water here a little bit. So you've been through some training. You're probably pretty familiar with workflows. but I'm not sure. So, if not, I can show them a little bit more comprehensively. I'll talk to them at a high level, but then stop me if you have any specific questions, and if you need me to demonstrate how to build one, then I'll certainly do that. So, so workflows. So they're basically the programming that we do in the product, programming specific to process. So satisfying business requirements. By using things such as workflows, which are just basically a sequence of steps or actions, activities, tasks, whatever we want to call that step, that they can be completed in sequence or in parallel or a combination, but it's just the logic, the business process logic that we put into the system to basically match and meet requirements. So a workflow, as we say here, it's a sequence of actions. So an action is like, it's an assigned activity or task. And then workflows are associated with change catalog. When a catalog is selected, the corresponding workflow will be automatically activated. So the way that works, so they're associated with several things. They're associated, workflows are associated with change, incident, service request. We have problem workflows, and we have business rule workflows we call related processes, but they're essentially workflows as well. But so the middle point here is basically saying that when a ticket, be it a change or an incident or request, is classified, meaning the category is set on that ticket. When you classify a ticket, you're telling the system which workflow to associate with that ticket, to sort of instantiate with that ticket. So when the ticket is then created, that workflow is attached to that ticket. Now you can see which workflows are executing or which workflow is executing with the ticket. There's a little trick in the system. If you go to the status field, we have configured a little button. It looks like a little globe, but a little icon, a little button that when you click on it, you can see the workflow that is associated with your ticket, and you can also see which steps have been completed and which are still yet to be completed. So you can see where the workflow is in the the path, and that's kind of handy to look at. The other way you can tell in a workflow what tasks have been completed is to just look in the activity log, or you can call it the done log, because the way you access it is by clicking on the done button, and that opens up the section where you can see tickets that have been steps that have been, or actions that have been processed. Okay, so it's extremely important to understand how to create a workflow and the sections of each workflow step. I would agree with that statement. As admins working in the system, you need to be able to create and troubleshoot workflows, because yes, that'll probably be a lot of your activity. So the interface, it's a graphical interface. You basically have controls across the top, and then you have step actions or step actions. Oops, sorry about that. Where'd I go? Down this left panel. This is a little bit older diagram, so this image. So let me show you what it looks like now in Oxygen. Go here. I don't think that's going to let me in. I got to go with that one. So workflow. See if I can pull up a workflow. So I'll pull up, standard incident workflow. So anyway, down this left side, you can see we've got automatic actions, user intervention actions, and then a middle pane here for REST actions. REST representational state transfer, I guess is how you say that. It's basically a web services automation protocol. So we can include, REST steps in our workflows to talk with other external systems. So anyway, the difference here between these two, user intervention and then automatic actions is the automatic actions are just that. They don't require any manual intervention to allow the workflow to proceed. And there are steps like this. And by the way, if you need to, have these steps explained in more detail, you can, there's a page on the wiki, just look up workflow and then you'll see each of these steps described. I'm not going to go through each of them right now, but automatic actions are just that. And then you'll see here we've got user intervention actions. So when a step of this nature is included, then the workflow will stop at that step and wait for, someone to process that particular step before the workflow proceeds. So that's why these are manual intervention. Those are automatic. Okay. So this looks a little different. We don't have any REST in here. Yeah, a little bit older. Controls across the top. And again, unless you need me to describe everything in here, I'm just going to move on. Unless you're not sure what these things are and curious, I'm not going to continue in this if you guys already know all this and just waste your time. So this describes the top bar. I'll just leave it at that. And then this basically points out the one section we have automatic and one we don't. The canvas itself, you're using that canvas to drag basically do is you drag your steps into the canvas and connect the steps together with these arrows. And so some steps have in and outs. They have maybe one in, one out, and other steps might have one in and three outs. And you have to connect all of the paths. You have to connect them, or if you don't, then that could be a potential for a workflow to hang if it, in fact, has to go down a path that's not configured. So an example of that would be, like this here. This particular step has three paths. If I click on this, I can see it's got a blue, a green, and a red. And so red, this is an approval step. So green means true, basically that the step action was approved. Red means false, and blue means, that there's another option that the approver can do, which they can request more information. So that would be the, request information path. And so we actually need to handle that one as well. If you don't handle that path, if you just hook up the green and the red and leave the blue, unhooked to anything, if an approver actually selects that they want to request more information and it has no place to go, then the workflow will will hang right there and stop. So you've got to account for these. And so, what I've done here is I've just put a loop in to where this request goes back to the incident owner. This is from the user. So the incident owner gets a notification saying that, the user has got a question about the solution that was provided, and they're trying to approve or reject, but they want to clarify something. So it goes back to the incident owner, which is the person that actually was assigned to resolve this step here, the analyze step. And then when they respond, then it goes back to the user, and then they go through the approval process again. So that's how that works. Some of these, like these emails, they don't have an out. If you click on them, they have a connection to them, but there's no path through them, an out. And that makes sense because we're just sending an email here. This one just has an in and an out, just so you don't have a red and a blue. Approvals usually are the ones that have the 3 outs connections, and this is another approval here with the 3. So okay, I won't spend a ton of time on this. So we did talk about roles, and so this is actually showing a couple of different types of roles. This role here where it says @ and then catalog group, that's what's called a system role. It's an automatic role that's created by the system. And then what that one is pointing at is the catalog group. So the group defined in the catalog category is the one that gets assigned this particular task when we get to that step. Whereas these are a little different because these don't have the @ sign in front of them. So that means that they've been created, they're not automatic system roles. They've been created as either a custom role or a domain role or something like that. So we'd look to see how this role is defined, and then we could determine who it's going to route to. But this one says, change management, so likely it's a domain role that's routing to the change management group. And it's just for notification purposes. This one here, implementing or PIR, post-implementation review, is going back to the requesting person, basically the requester. But this is a domain role, whereas this is a system role, but essentially going back to the same person. All right, so what we're doing is we're looking here. You can see here there are different types of roles. Like I mentioned, I threw out the terms custom role, domain role, system role, and then we have CI role. So we can create roles based on the CIs that are used, and then we can direct, we can put the role change approver in a step in a workflow. But then based on the role definition, that could go to one of several groups or persons, depending upon the CI that is associated with the ticket. So that's another way to control how tickets ownership is routed to different tasks. Okay, and so each of these steps, we're having to put a role, place a role in the step. If we look at a step, we'll see here that we can't. Like I'll look at this one here. We can't put a person in here. We can't put a person in here. We can't put a group in here. We have to put a role in here. If I click on this little tag, all I'm seeing are the different roles that are defined. That's different than if we're wanting to send an email. because that's not role defined. So if we look at this, then as soon as it comes up, yeah, we can click in here. We can see that we can click on a group. We can add a group. Well, these are individuals. Look at my icons. This is a group, the next one over. So we can add individuals, we can add groups. Of course, we're sending an email, so we can email individuals or groups, or we can use the defined roles. So we can actually email to a role, which would basically then email to the person that's in the group defined by the role. So anyway, that's, with these steps, each of them have roles that need to be satisfied, with the exception of some of these, like the email. Okay. All right. Getting into another concept. This one has to do with unavailability. And so there are a couple of different wizards that can be selected against a CI record, of course, that in this case would make it unavailable. It would place it in an unavailable status. And so, sometimes you need to go in and do that for purposes of maybe you have something scheduled for maintenance and you want to take it down. And so you want to indicate that it's down by using the wizard to change its availability to not available. And when that happens, logs are created so that you can see for a particular CI how often it's been taken in and out of service. So you do that for reporting purposes as well as for indicating that a particular CI is just not available. So you've got a wizard that takes it out, and then the wizard that puts it back. If we look, let's see. We'll just look at this one CI, and then so availability. So end of availability, of course, would take it out. Create availability, put it in an unavailable status, take it out of that. So create unavailability. Yeah, we just saw that.
Hey Rick, when you do that, when you're like make something unavailable, is it just is it just changing that status, or is it like alerting say somebody, or is it just changing the status in like the change calendar, so that when you're looking at these different change controls, you'll see, oh, hey, well, that's not available anymore. What exactly does that change availability affect?
It affects the CI. So it's basically putting the CI in an unavailable status. But
I understood that.
Because the CI is set to that, then you'll see in the graphical representation, you'll see that it's unavailable. It changes, to a state. I think it changes to a red or something, but you'll see that. If you run an impact, analysis study, that will affect that. And so if you've got a CI that's unavailable, your impact analysis report will show that and show, what would be the case, what would happen if that's unavailable, that particular CI. You'll be able to see reports. Now, if you wanted to be notified, anytime the status of something is changed, you can have a business rule that detects that, and then the business rule could send a notification. So that could be something that you just have to set up as a business rule. And again, we do that a lot when we're configuring systems, because we have some business rules that we just have out of the box, but then a lot of the times we have to look at the requirements and then set up business rules for those requirements. So in the case of this, if you wanted to get notified, it doesn't happen automatically, but it could be easily set up to happen. If a particular CI either goes out by being manually taken out, or in the case of, like if you were using event management to detect whether or not, a CI is operational, an alert status, an alert can come from a device, which would then create an event, which could then be set up to notify people that a particular device has gone down automatically. It wasn't taken out. It was taken out manually. It went down for some other reason. So certainly you could do that. Typically, you take something out of service when you're scheduling maintenance on it. That's one of the common use cases.
I see. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So the process of taking something out or creating an unavailability situation, you can see here, how you would do that. And you could also see, what's the relationships of, what's happening with other CIs that are related to the CI that you're making unavailable. Guess what I want to say here is that, based on the relationships, to the CI that you're making unavailable, you can actually make others unavailable as well. Those downline impacted CIs, if you take a CI out that's upstream, then it's going to take out the CIs that are downstream, and then they're all going to become unavailable. And so then you would see that in an impact analysis event or action that you take. There's a wizard that you would use, and the wizard actually, you can always do an impact study, ad hoc by just selecting, the wizard from the drop down. But you're forced to do one in a step that's inside of a change request. When you put a specific step in, it's a scheduling step into a workflow, a change workflow, then you're going to have a button that says impact study or impact analysis is what it says. And you're going to have to perform that analysis before you can close that step. And you use that to determine, you actually do two things. You do an impact analysis and you do collision detection action as well to see if CR that you're, or the change request that you're scheduling is being scheduled at a good time, or if it's, there's a collision with other things that are scheduled in the same time frame. So scheduling, conflicts, and impact analysis are done from that one action. So here we're just indicating we have an activity, an exercise where we can go in and play with this availability. And when we take out a particular system, then we can see that the icon here is indicating that the other systems become unavailable. Okay. So in this case, even though you might think, well, we're going top down. Now the arrows are going from the bottom up. So we took this one out. And so then these downstream impacted CIs all had their statuses changed. So yes, there is a calendar that will indicate various things about CIs. You can see availability versus not on the calendar. You can also see if a CI is scheduled in a change request. You can see that on the calendar. Let's see what we have here for an exercise. Review the availability. Okay. So we can just see if a particular CI is available or not. Let's see what we're doing. Hover over the color and show the additional details. So yeah, in this case, we've got an event against a particular CI. So events will also be shown. So events, when I say change requests, yep. Okay, so based on the different colors that you see in the calendar, you can see here that we can actually see several things. Release events, incidents that are logged with the CR associated, or the CI associated, whether CI is available, and then it's a change request or service request. And when you create a ticket, you've got to associate CI to that ticket, and you can see these things. Is that kind of clear how you do that association?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you're good with that? Yeah, okay. I'll keep moving.
I'm actually kind of, as you're going along, I'm playing with the natural environment here.
Okay. Let me know if you run into anything weird. Okay, and this came up yesterday, the definitive media library. And, this is where you actually can, and you should, track all of your software. The software that you want to have, in your CMDB, I should say. And so the definitive media library, consists of CIs, and then specifically CIs that have a setting set. That setting is that this particular CI is a member of the DML, and so so here you go. When creating a new CI, you need to flag it as belonging to the definitive media library, and then then you have that tracked as a software entity in that library. And here's another example of something we could do: create an entry in the DML. And we must first create the CI and then tag it, as belonging to the DML. So we go, into the CIs and create a new CI, and then we make sure that it's integrated with the DML here, just by making sure this Boolean is turned on, is true. Okay. So if you then, you can go to this, close this up right here, and then you can look to see what you have associated. I don't have anything here, but if I was looking in the demo database, I'm sure I could find stuff that's in there. Okay. So then you could list all of your items from your DML by using that. Okay, event management. It's another activity that, CIs can participate in, or just straight assets. But basically, you can see here in ITIL, the event refers to a state change, of a service or a CI. Okay, and so when they're generated, usually what happens is the system itself can either generate an alert, or a monitoring system that's monitoring some sort of heartbeat or pulse or pinging devices, or however they're monitoring them, detects that a device is not responding to it. And so the monitor then sends an alert notification. It could send an alert in the form of a web services call, like REST, to a system, but generally, mostly they're set up as email alerts. So when an email alert's received, then EasyVista can be programmed. The event management module can be programmed to, the alert would then cause an event to occur, but then, the system can be programmed that when an event occurs, depending upon what kind of event it is, that we automatically create an incident ticket for that event. And so you generate tickets from events that are generated from alerts. Okay, so open an event that simulates a monitoring tool not being able to ping a load balancer. So in this case, it looks like we just created an event manually, simulating, that there was an alert that actually created it. Because typically that's what happens. We get an alert, and then that triggers the creation of an event. And then based on some additional configuration, depending upon what is doing the alerting, we can decide to have the event trigger the creation of an incident ticket. Okay, so analyze the impact to architecture from using the impact analysis wizard. So what they're referring to here is a wizard. Let's see. Just go into this and just click on one of these. Now this impact analysis wizard can be used ad hoc at any point in a workflow, or it can actually be a required action within a step of a workflow. You can't proceed until you do it. So yeah, we have to have a CI associated with this, or we can do the impact analysis directly from the CI, but I would put a CI in here. Let's see. I would if I could find one. There we go. There's the one and only. And so let's see. Okay, this always gets me. Every time you use a wizard, then it gets moved up to this area here, and I always forget that. And I look in here and go, where the heck did the wizard go? It's up here now. Okay, so here's the analysis, and so basically you're indicating, what you want to analyze and how many levels you want to go up. This is determined by your topology that you look at. You want to look at the relationships, and you could filter on different CIs or different types of equipment, depending upon whether you've got an asset or a CI that you're doing the analysis on. Okay, and then so you move through here, and normally if there's any sort of conflict or impact, in terms of like an impacted CI being affected by an impacting CI, then you'd see them listed here. There is also availability simulation study that you can do without actually having to adjust availabilities. And I'm trying to see if there's anything else. That's about it. Okay. There's a lot more to, event management, of course. Setting it up, you've got to set up a catalog for event management. And you've got to then define how events are, recognized, or, what triggers them so they can be created. So there's several things you need to set up for event management. But let's see, okay, analyze the impact. Yeah, well, so it shows relationships that are impacted or impacting, allowing the user the opportunity to see how one configuration item might affect multiple. In this example, we're looking at impacting a relationship. Load balancer. Yeah, I'd have to do that in the demo server. Let's see. Let's go back into this. And let's try it. Let's take and look at something. We'll come into here and we'll see what we've got going on. So we've got this. So if we took this out of action, we could see what kind of impact that would have if we made it unavailable. So let's try that. Okay. And create unavailability. Go from there to there. Okay. I'll just leave it at 100% unavailability or unavailable. Okay. These would be the impacted CIs, when you set it to unavailable. And so then we look at this. Availability is indicated there. Then we should see, oops, what am I looking at? I want to look at the graphical. And so, yeah, you've got some red lines now. You've got this unavailable, this unavailable, this unavailable. And we could see, when we set the unavailability, we could see these two as being affected. Now that we have a situation, we could come in here and check this, not create. Let's see. Impact study, where is it? Where is it? Is it up there? We go back to the ticket. Support role, CI. Trying to remember which one we were looking at. So, yeah. Let's see. Actually, I want to look at something else. Just come up here and run this. Okay. So we can see here with that CI made it unavailable, that here's the impact. Now, so we get this return back to us. Those are impacted CIs, and they're both in the oops. Okay, service catalog sometimes will do portfolio. Yeah, is that correct? Service catalog is the full thing, and service request catalog is a subset of service catalog. Let's see. Sometimes called the service portal is a list of available technology resources and offerings. It's recommended that you take and begin by taking all services they offer. Yeah, I mean, those are good ideas. So the service catalog basically is just, just a catalog or a listing of everything that, say, in your group, whether it be IT or HR, everything, all the services defined that you do as a department or as a section, all in the service catalog. Now, even items that may have been, archived, all there, because you could always take something out of archive, in the future based on certain things. Okay. So add the incident management process and supporting service offering to the catalog. So here's how we would do that. We go here and, go into the pipeline and then click on new and then select the service that we're adding. Okay, add that to the pipe. And then create a service that represents this incident management. Okay. I was just saying in practice, you go through several iterations to accomplish this. Each iteration updates what would make updates, for each at each iteration, updates would be made to the pipeline service CI. These would include changes to the version number and process docs and such. Yeah, this is just, how you add an impacting to an existing CI. Here's promotion. We saw this, we did this earlier. How to promote, an asset to a CI. And promoting service offerings, you require you pick status. Okay. Let's see, impacting. Change to the impacting CI tab and create a new icon in relationship to service manager. Okay, we're just updating the version with that wizard. Version update. Promoting in that in the CMDB. And then there it is. Yeah, we can navigate like we did when we wrote one, and we can see the graphical, editor and see that the CI is actually fitting in a nice, nice, community of other CIs that, are associated with that one. Okay, let's see. Here we go, graphical viewer. Yes, we've already looked at that. Okay, so we're at a juncture here where we're going to be heading into the final section. We're moving right along because we're not stopping to do any exercises, or I'm not demonstrating anything, but yeah, let me know if, you'd like to see something or we'd like to do an exercise. Otherwise, we're just moving right through this stuff.
Hey, Rick, that whole current version thing. That's like the I don't know how you'd want to call it. Like, is that for the version of like the CI? Like, all right, well, we have this one CI, it's version 1, right? And then is that like, that versioning is like the iteration of the CI as it goes through various changes, or can you explain exactly what that versioning is for?
Yeah, let's go back, and here's a good way to.
I was kind of following along on my instance, but didn't really understand what that was about.
Okay. Well, let's see what we can get for clues here. All right. So I'm just going to look at one of these guys.
If they're associated with other CIs, you can actually change those other CIs versions as well when you do that.
Mm-hmm.
So wondering if it had something to do with like the way the versioning and the way they were connected, or the I don't know. Oh, it's just
let's take a look here.
Quick question there.
Yeah. So version update and version prepare. Used to automatically update the version and components linked to the current CI. New version and new manager fields are preloaded with information specified in the prepare. So you do the prepare and fill out, next version, new manager, schedule change dates. And then when you actually do the version update, then that updates the CI, right? And so, I can see that this would be used in conjunction with like a change request where you're wanting to indicate that you've actually made a change and you've got some sort of version that you're using to indicate that something is different from a previous state. It's manually done, and it's usually that you would absolutely want to make sure that you did that with a change request. You don't want to be affecting any changes without some sort of documentation.
So it could be an upgrade to a server, say software, perhaps even an operating system, or maybe even a version of the software is getting changed. But it's there so that you can kind of see it and you understand that change has then happened. Okay.
Yeah, and then you coordinate, you associate it, with your CI, so you can say, okay, yeah, this change or this CI is at this version state. And then you can always go look for a change request to give you more detail about what that version represents, what was changed to get it to that state.
Nice. All right. I understand now. Let's just, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, you're welcome. So what time is it getting to be? 11:30. So I guess we went for another hour. Yeah, so in terms of content, I think we're getting down to it. We've got about another 30 slides, 30, I don't know, they're not 30 separate topics, but so I think maybe we could take maybe like a 10-minute break right now and then pick up with these last set of slides, and then we're going to be pretty close. We could always, have the last little bit of time for any sort of exercises that we might want to do, or to see anything. In the demo system, I guess we could do that. So why don't we, it's bottom of the hour, why don't we take 10, I guess, and then we'll pick up with this last section. That sound good? Okay. All right. See you back at about, minute 40. Okay. The bell is rung. So I guess we're needing to be back from our break. Hope everybody's there.
I'm here.
All right. Okay, so let's move into this final area, which is basically just applying configuration management and CMDB configuration setup in real world examples. So here's what we've got, availability. So these are some additional, labs or, concepts here that we can, explore. So the objective is to provide, in terms of availability, predefined level of software services availability in order to achieve service level targets. Availability is high when the service is always available. And reliable service is one that accomplishes its function over a long period of time. So availability, the concept of availability, of course, we've heard the term 5 nines availability on systems. So the measurement of availability is a KPI that we have in the CMDB. The end of unavailability, so we set a CI to, at least theoretically, we set a CI in an earlier lab to be unavailable. And then, of course, you've got another wizard that you can use to end that unavailability. And so, yeah, it's, again, just these wizards are kind of simple to use. But they do one or more things in the background that you may or may not be aware of. So that's why, we use them. But let's see here. I knew I shouldn't have done that. I put away my server. Let's see. Pull up the demo environment. Okay. So we've got this guy here that we've got set to unavailable. And so we want to go ahead and run the end of unavailability wizard. And, we've got our date and time in here, comment. This is the one we're picking. The comment's not required. It's always a good idea to put something in there. And then we're also bringing these back online as well because they were impacted. And so we do get that feedback. So now we've got these available. So now if we ran an impact, study again against this thing, in the ticket, then we wouldn't see any affected or impacted CIs because, the CI wouldn't be down. Okay, so indicating the service is not available, let's now mark it as being available, which we did. Okay. All right. Yeah, and that just shows us how to do it. Not a big deal. Mm-hmm. Let me look at something. Yeah, I'm looking here to see if I can pull up that report. Yeah, I'm not sure that that's the right one. No. Let's see. Oh, availability report. Where are you? No. Let's see. I can't remember how to view that availability report. Gonna have to look that one up. I thought you could calculate it. No. Huh. Well, let's see. Let me advance this just a little bit. So availability. No. Shoot. Well below 99.5, and so we're looking at filter unless none, unless on. It says the report is availability. I don't appear to have that report. I search for that. No, that's that thing. That's not it. I'm gonna have to get back to that one because I'm quite sure I might be missing a report. I'll get back to that. You got to figure out how to pull the availability, and then the gap. Yeah. Almost look like it's just a grid view. I might just be missing something on the list. So got the target, but I don't have the actual. I'll figure that one out. So this is the target. Yeah, I just have to get back to that one. I'm a little bit unsure of that one. Okay. All right. Well, moving on. So, service portfolio. We have that in, I believe, service strategy. It allows you to, add services and plan for services, but not yet publish those services. Portfolio just basically consists of all of your, services that you have, not only in your service request catalog, but just services in general. All provisioned, and even those that you've decommissioned or archived, you could potentially bring them back. Service can be internal, external, stored as CIs, linked to other things. So the portfolio is in here, and you've got your service catalog, which, we've got this. You've got your service pipeline, which are those things that are not yet, in service, in production. And then you've got archive services. Okay. So basically all the services that you are using in your system are in your portfolio, but the only ones that are showing here in the catalog are those that are in production. Of course, you use this for planning and getting ready to introduce a new service. Service portfolio is divided into just what we saw: the pipeline, pre-production, catalog, in production, and then archive services, which are those that have been taken out of production. Okay, so pipelining, promoting, and archiving, and so yeah. I guess I've got to, confess that I don't see, and this whole area here under service design not used, as much, right? But yeah, so these items are in here, and so like we look at a pipeline and we look at different things. We've got let's see, creating something new, and then a new service, and then coming in and managing. Okay. Yeah, this is open. It doesn't look like it's. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's driven by a wizard. So here we are in the pipeline, new, to create something that's new. If we come in here for archiving purposes, click on finish and display the pipeline, the new. Okay. However, the record only appears in the pipeline and not in the CMDB. That makes sense. And then change to impacting CIs and click on new, and use the manage in the CMDB wizard to promote a CI, to production. What I'm wanting to see is the transition. Okay, so service portfolio, service catalog. The service moves into the catalog when you promote it using the managed, in CMDB. Okay, and then archive. Select configuration management CI and archive it. I didn't see that option. Let's see. So we come in here, one's in production. Let's just say like accounting here and availability. Let's see. So yeah, archiving it. So new creates a service, promoting it into the CMDB makes it production, puts it in production, and then looks like what we're doing here is we're end-of-lifing it and then giving it a discard date to take it out of the portfolio, or at least to archive it. It's still in the portfolio, but not visible in the CMDB. Okay, so those 3 phases are, in the life cycle of a service, and then how to manage those. We just looked at. Change the CI status back to end of life to go ahead and archive it. All right. And then archive services to review. Archive CS put back into service by using the CI back into service wizard. Okay. And in practice, we go through multiple versions and statuses before they're promoted to an active CMDB. Okay. Pipeline status. All right, so, what's next here? So, of course, developing a CMDB starts with planning, starts with, utilizing the DCTs and looking at these sorts of considerations. We haven't discussed reporting much, and so I might look into what we have available there. The rest of these items we've covered pretty well. Custom fields, basically, it's just like we did sort of talk about, wanting to change schema. That's what this is all about. If we need to add new fields, it's not, something that's unusual. We do this all the time. If you need to add fields, you just put in the appropriate request to support, and they'll get those fields added for you. I mean, I got to do the same thing. I don't have access to the back end. You just design, you just come up with, alter table statement of the fields you're wanting to add with the data types and the links, and then get them into your tables. Go from there, and then you need to add them to your forms as appropriate. Okay.
So Rick, just real quick, when you say add them to your forms as appropriate, so when we would go into the form, edit the form, then they would be down at the bottom, and we would just had to drag them up into the form where we wanted them. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Of course not.
So what it is that when you have a field added, then you need to then add it to any form that you want it to be visible. So you have to modify what's called the parent query. So I'll just demonstrate something here. Let's see, I'll go into incidents. Okay. So you'll notice, oh, well, I guess I should drag it over here. You'll notice that there are a lot of forms associated with a record. If we go into, this record, for instance, we can see this form, right? But we really need to see what form it is. So we need to come up to that little ellipsis, the 3 dots. It's called the tools icon. And we need to look at, what form we're actually in. Right now we're in the conditional form called open incident. For incidents, if we look at all the forms associated with it, we've got all of these forms associated with incident. Incident creation, that's your intake form with all those buttons you have to do with resolve and assign and draft and major incident, stuff like that. Each form has a parent query. And so what you're seeing here is you're seeing fields that have been added to this parent query. Where those were added, let me close this. They're added, if we go back one level, we'll get there. Maybe. There we go. So this particular grid view or record set is generated from this parent query right here. HD, this is the query name, HD underscore incidents, and these are all the fields that are available. So yeah, so actually I'm kind of going down a sort of a side path here. This particular parent query makes these fields available for the grid view. For the actual form, so let me explain. If we're wanting to put a particular field on this view here, we need to modify the parent query. And the way we do that is, we come in here and then we select either the table or the field that we're wanting to access to be able to add the field. So for instance, if you modified and added a field to this SD underscore request table, it would be in here and it would be shown as an E underscore. The E underscore basically represents the fact that this is a custom field. And the reason we do it that way is because then the upgrade logic will not override and erase these custom fields, because it can recognize anything that says E underscore, whether it's a field or it's a custom view or anything. We always put an E underscore in front of them. So this is a custom field. Now, if I wanted to add this custom field, in this case, to this query, so I could put it in the list view or any of these other views, I would, once I've added the field to the schema by submitting a request to alter the table, submitting that to support, then it would show up here, and then I would just click on that, and now I'm adding that custom field to the query, and I can change this name. The internal name doesn't get changed, but this is the visible or external name that we see, that we're going to see on our, our view. So I'll just call this alert code. and then save that. And so I've just added it to the query, but it's not showing up here because then, now that I've added it to the query, I've now got to go in and add it to whatever I want to, wherever I want to see it. In this case, I want to see it here under the list view. So that was alert code. I'll put that over here and then save that. Okay, and then it'll show up here in my list view. Okay, at the end, alert code. But let's just say I want to look at a different view. So I want to look at view by location. Well, the view by location is different than the list view. And so if when you're looking at a view, that's, aggregated or grouped by this particular item, then you can drill down into it to get to another list view. And so I'm just drilling down on this root value here. I wonder what that is. Yeah, it's one record. But you can see here I don't have my alert code here because I'd have to add it to this. So you've got to, anytime you add a custom field, you've got to then go in and add it wherever you want it to be shown. Now it's already in this pool of fields, if you will. I'll call it a pool, because this is actually my parent query, and I've already added it to the parent query. But now I need to go over and, then subsequently add it where I want it to display. And so this is just at this level. And then I'm going to demonstrate what we need to do.
So when you had the three categories, you had the dash, and I think they're the three location right there. So then do you got to go into Europe and add it as well, or is it already added into Europe now that you've added it there?
Yeah, so that we've added it to the view called by location. So
Okay.
it'll be in these others because we've added it. Yeah. If I, go into Europe, we should see it when we drill down in. We got to drill a little bit farther because we've got more levels, but when we get to the base level, then it's right there.
Yep.
Now, but so now that I'm in here and I'm looking at this particular ticket, so am I going to see this alert code in the ticket? No, because I've got to add it to the form. And, if you have multiple forms, you have to, add it to whatever forms you want it to be visible, whichever
each and every form.
Yep. Right. So if I want to add it, say down here, I'll just add it at the bottom. So then I need to go into the form. Okay. And so now I need to do the same thing that I did to the parent query. The parent query is basically used by the filters and the views for that grid set, that grid result. But then this has its own query, HD incidence, which if I go look in here, well, first of all, we don't see it here, right? It's not there. So I would have to go into I'd have to do the same thing, go into the table where it was added, go find it right there, click on it, and then it shows up here, and then I need to add it to my form, and then I'll just go ahead, and it doesn't even have a label, a visible label, so I'll go ahead and update that. And while I'm here, I usually double check. Well, one thing I do is I update it across all the languages. Whenever I'm, configuring an actual system.
Yeah.
And do that, and then I also check all of the different properties to make sure it's set the way I want it to be. Because depending on what it is, you can have different properties apply. And then, so now that I have that, and I've added it, okay, now it's on the form here, then it'll show up. But it'll only show up on this open incident form, because that's the form I modified. So if you want it to show up on the other conditional forms or on the base form, you've got to add it to it. So it's kind of a, two-edged sword. It's a pain to have to add it in all these places, but
Right.
it also, you have the flexibility to be able to add it only where you want to and to make it visible only where you want.
I see.
That's where these conditionals come in. So you can just say that now. Let's see. I added it.
I don't
I added
think
it.
you saved it. Did you?
Did I not? Okay.
I thought you canceled it.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right there.
Right.
So it's actually under details.
Oh, I see. All right. You had canceled something though. I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm always clicking on stuff and canceling stuff. So let's see. Let's see. Go back to details. How did I get over there? Okay, details. There it is right there.
Yep. Okay.
And so that's the kind of work you need to do. But, you do it and then it's there. So
Yeah.
you can see if you needed to add a bunch of custom fields for a particular process, and then you wanted to then differentiate between certain types of input forms, then, you could use custom forms and just add your fields to the appropriate custom form. And so you don't actually even have to add, a field to a form. You might just have fields that you add to the table that you never make visible on a form, but they're still useful. They can be used by business rules. They can be accessed by questionnaires. So you can actually populate these fields from a questionnaire without having it on a form. So that's kind of where I was starting to go when we were talking about attributes, and that's another input mechanism. You have attributes you can input. Yep. You have the forms, but then you also have questionnaires where you can target specific fields. So you can create your questionnaire. I'll just pull one up. So we have, what do we have here? We have a bunch of questionnaires, and I'll just create a new one. It's in the demo database. I'm not worried about it, but just go Z demo, just so I can see it. Title, question. My fingers will do it eventually. Okay. Okay, so I'm creating this questionnaire. What I'm going to do is come in here and manage, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a question. And I'm going to say something like, what is your alert? I'll just do that, alert code. And see, it looks to me like that might have been a binary. So I'll go ahead and select the field type. Well, I could always use a radio or I thought I had a binary option here. I have binaries on the form, but here there's, so we could just use radio, or we could use checkbox, or we could use this plain text. So I'm just going to say this, and I can set the contents dynamically. If I did that, then I could then pull information from SQL. But we're just wanting to set this field, and then we're going to set the alert field. But you can see I haven't quite referenced it yet. Defaults, I could do it from a list. I could say I want to set it to either 1, 0, or 1. Then I'll save that. So now I've got this question. And so without doing anything further, the result of this question will get saved in what's called the SD question result table. But if I wanted to target to a specific field, I'd come over here and just say, well, target, and then I'd go look up my target, and I've got it right here, alert code. And so now I can populate this alert code from a questionnaire, and I could even do it in the service apps. So I'll just go ahead and just save this. I've got my one questionnaire Z demo. I need to, well, I could have demonstrated this without actually putting it in a workflow. Let me go back in here. We can preview this right here. And so, yeah, so we're just previewing it. And this is one way to do entry. The other way, I might just create a drop down. It might be more attractive. This button of arrangement, this format looks a little differently when it's presented in apps versus just right here. What I was going to say though is, with this, I can align these two. That might make them appear a little better. Let's see. Not much better, but something like that. So I've got it defaulting to that. And that's actually going to get saved in this field. Okay. And that field then, so I don't have to have that, alert code on the form. I can just have this particular questionnaire as part of my workflow. So if I go into, I guess I don't have anything up there. Got to find it the hard way. So if I go in here, let's see, do I have a test? Guess I don't have one here. So I can just add it. Let me just add it to one of these. What's a good candidate? Maybe standard process. See, when I look in here, standard process is being used, and I'm sure it has an intake form already associated with it. So what I would do is substitute out this one for my form, and then I would, run a ticket or create a ticket using the standard process workflow, and then I could see this questionnaire, and I could select a value, and then later I can retrieve that value from that alert code field. And I didn't even need to put the alert code on the form. I can just populate that from a questionnaire. You can actually see the result of that, that question and answer in the ticket on the right side, and the related elements under questions and answers. If we did put the field on the form, then you could see the result there, right on the form. You can always report on it. It's, the value's definitely been entered into the database. Whether or not you show it on the form, I mean, by collecting it in a questionnaire, you automatically get it shown to you. Yeah, I'm half tempted to do this. Let me just leave this standard one alone. We'll just create a new one real quick. Okay, so I'm going to create new. And just call it the same thing, Z-test, so it's at the bottom. I'm going to go ahead and select my questionnaire, my parent query. I'll just make this an incident workflow. Life cycle, I've got an incident life cycle. Final status will be closed. Okay, and I'll start out with a clean slate here. All I'll do is drag in an operation action. Go ahead and connect those. Okay, I'm going to move this, maybe move it. Hit the right ones. No. No. I guess I did. So I've got it in my intake. I don't even need to do anything further. But I'll just define this real quick. Actually, I'll just use the catalog group, and then this is just first step. Life cycle on this is going to be that. Entry is going to be this. I could do that. I was going to use this one. Don't need to send a notification. You know, though you could send a notification and send the result of what you entered in the notification. But I've got this. That's really all I need. I've got my questionnaire as my main question. My main questionnaire. Good to go on this. So now I've got my little test workflow. What I need to do is I need to put it in a catalog as a catalog entry so I can use it to test. So catalog and then incident. And then I'll just put it right here on the root. And I'm just going to put a new category. Thought I was. What did I just click? So yeah, new category. New. Okay, and I'll just name it the same thing again. Put it right on incidents. And I could do this alert code as a, don't need to put that in, but if we wanted to demonstrate that, we could. That's going to show up right there. And then let me just put group administration. I'll just put this one in for now. This is where I'm going to see my logic is by assigning this here. The rest of this, I could add these workflows, so I'm not going to worry about it. Cannot be requested, allow changing groups. Those are set. So save this. So this category is good to go now. So if I wanted to test it, create a ticket. Z-test test. Z-test test. It automatically set it. So I've got a category in there for back office default, but I want to use a different category. Incident, and I should see right there my workflow, or my category, I should say. So I've got that in there. It's good enough for now. So assign it. As soon as you assign it, then the workflow is connected to the ticket. And here we go. We've got our questionnaire. And so I'll change this to 1. Hit save. And, it's assigning it to the group. I don't think I'm in that group. Maybe. There are a lot of people in that group. Nope, I'm not in it. It's not a big deal. Let's hit finish. And okay, so I don't have that field on the form, but I can see the result. I can come over here and see here, what is your alert code? It was 1, right? So I can see it there. I did write it into that field, so I could report on that field. Let's see, how else can I see that? So I can certainly pull that result. Well, yeah, I'd have to log into the back end to, show it in SQL Server that value is actually set. If I was working on a SaaS instance, then I just use MC monitoring to show it really quick. But so you can see from the questionnaire, you can certainly use questionnaires to populate fields without having to put the field, on the form anywhere. And then, you could use that value to drive business logic, to drive workflow logic, all from having entered something from a questionnaire. So, yeah, you don't have to enter it on the form to use it.
Okay.
Hope that made sense.
Yeah, thanks for the demonstration. Appreciate that.
Sure. All right, so this just shows a pyramid from the ground up. When you're building services, for instance, you're going to be building on top of systems which are being built on top of network components and such. That's all this is showing. We're identifying critical business functions based on what we know about the system. And then once we identify those, then we can create information, CIs, service CIs, what have you, and put them in the CMDB. So determine which attributes for each CI type will be required. So this is kind of like the same exercise with assets. We've got 3 attributes here. Well, let's see, what do we have here? We just have 3 lists of attributes. Gosh darn it. Okay. So you determine, what things you want to, record based on CI type, and then how you record them in the CI, you have various methods to do that. You determine the relationships, right? So that can potentially be built, the relationships between the CIs, and then accordingly then be able to show the maps. And then statuses we've got, depending upon what it is what life cycle we're talking about, we have various statuses. Security and automation, who can access, so define.
Rick, you all right? Did we lose you? I can't hear what you're saying, Rick. Sorry. Can see that you're talking because of the ringer on your.
Oh, can you hear me now?
There we go. Yeah,
okay.
Excellent.
What's funny is if I put my boom mic, I just put it straight up in the air. I guess it doesn't. But yeah, so you didn't hear me. So if I put my boom mic straight up in the air, I guess it's not that sensitive. It has to be right next to my.
Yeah,
mouth.
I mean, I can kind could hear you talking, but I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Yeah, sometimes
Yeah,
I'll
it's
forget to
very
bring my
faint.
boom mic down, and then people say, "Hey, what's going on?" Okay, so where are we? So then we've got security and then imports. What do we want to say about that? CI data can be kept up to date, so you can actually use, after you do some initial seeding, the best thing would be to have a connection to another system and then do live updates. But you can do a major import if in fact that's what you wanted to do. I mean, again, we were talking about not adding too much initially, but once you get the amount of data that you want in to manage, then you can use these little smaller spreadsheets of data to update your system. You can still use the integration model to make changes even to just a few records. You can certainly go in and do it manually, or you can update your CIs from a small spreadsheet import. So there's always that. And then this thing which we're familiar with, we have a DCT for configuration management. I shared that out. And so it looks just like the others. It's just collecting the information that's specific to this process. And, the purpose of these DCTs is to, sort of accelerate and help facilitate the data gathering and the initial and the onset of, standing up a system so that we can get it done, more rapidly. The things that are in here are pretty typical: catalog, attributes, capacity. The configuration items themselves, it's like the equipment inventory, it's the configuration item inventory. We've got some other information that's kind of redundant with the other process DCTs, so you might not need to fill out everything, just those things that are specific to CIs and CMDB. But that's what that's for. So, planning and design common actions, use the DCT, consider a data source for your CMDB, and maybe consider an integration. And then, of course, categories, needing to, think about your CI catalog and what make, model, and types you'd like to put in, because those then become your categories. So that's the last slide, or this one is. But yeah, I went through that last section a little bit fast. But are there, at this point, are there any questions about what we've covered?
So I did write down a few here. And I mean, these go back to both days, right? Not just today.
Sure.
So one of my questions, I wrote this down really early. So with when you're importing in data, right? The data for either asset, CI, whatever. Is there, well, not so much a CI. Forgive me, but there's this concept of like the discovered data for assets and the owned data for assets. Are there two distinct tables, and then did they get reconciled, or is it all going to one table, that information for EasyVista?
So the easiest way to answer that is to maybe just show you the table. And there's a couple of ways I can show you the table. The answer is the asset table, which is, the name of the table is AM underscore asset. AM stands for asset management.
Right. Yeah.
Just like, SD underscore request, the SD stands for service design. And that's where these prefaces come from. They come from ITIL, but the asset table, we can look at it two ways. We can come in here and under administration, we can go to database management, and then you've got three different options here. You can look at your data tables, you can look at your configuration tables, or your references tables. We want to look at our data tables, and then that's where AM asset is. And these are all the tables that you have in your, essentially your database schema, your data model. And so we can come in here and then we can see, well, before I clicked on that, let me go back one. We can see, in this case, I'm looking at schema 40,000, meaning I'm in the demo database. And then in the demo database, we have that many asset records. When it was created, okay, and then we can drill down in. We're not actually we can see the makeup or the schema. We can see all the columns. We can't actually see data itself, but we can see here are all the columns. So this could be handy for reference if you're building reports and such and you wanted to see what the actual field names are. You can see their data types, and a little hard pressed to see their lengths, but that can be obtained. So there's that. I don't know that you can see anything more if you try to drill down further. Let's see here. Nope, that's kind of weird. So got that. Now let's see. So that's one way to look. Now with a SaaS system, you've got another interface which you're probably familiar with called MC monitoring. Does that ring a bell?
For me, no, it does not.
Okay, let me show you with the SaaS system. So let's see. That means, see, all my BMBs are they're in Azure, and I'm able to actually get into their backend, so I don't have an MC monitoring interface for them. But I can get into something here. What can I do? Yeah. Let me look at this one. So MC monitoring is an interface. It's a sort of a SQL Server Management Studio like interface or a light interface. It allows you to get in and enter SQL commands so you can see your data. So for instance, the first thing I need to do is tell it what connection. So here we've got SAS_prod, the prod platform. You could also have SAS_qual for the qualification platform. Two different platforms. We talked about that. Production, and then the database is available. And so we've got our 50,004 data and config, which are production, the production accounts. 50,005 data and config, which is sandbox. 40,000, which is demo. And then you've got a back office table and then a reference table. Well, what I want to do is I want to look at, let's just look at sandbox data. Okay, and then I'm just going to come in here and say select. I'm just going to say top 100 columns, all columns from the AM asset table. And no rows. They may not be using Sandbox, so I'll go into just peek at their production assets. Probably picked a customer that doesn't have asset management set up. Shoot. Let's see. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do this with people data, but asset data is not critical. So let's see. Let me think of somebody that they have assets. And again, we'll look at their sandbox first. And say select. And I maybe just pull a few to begin with. See what we get. All right. So we got a few. And so to answer your question, I think you had a question about ownership, and you had a question about, where the data is. So,
well, I mean,
like all,
the discovery data as compared to like the owned data or the owned asset information, the stuff you would basically import or type into the asset, as opposed to the discovery data, which would probably be getting imported in through like SCCM connector or something of that nature, or the integration. And then do those get reconciled together? Do they get reconciled on just serial number? I mean, that's kind of the gist of my question.
Right. So for integration purposes, what we would do is we'd always be pulling them into a back office staging table. So let me see what we've got available here. Select all from information schema dot tables, and let me just see what tables we have in here. See if we've just got we got SCCM staging tables. Yeah, this is in. Yeah, I might look. Let's see. So ESCCM raw and ready. I'm not sure if these are doing anything, but we'll take a look. Top 10 from because they might have something. No. Let me see. They should have the same thing here. If nothing valid, so that's probably, it could be okay, or it could be something else. Nope. So in production, I didn't want to do that. I want to do this. I don't want to see all the production tables. That's all I've got. Yeah, that's in the back office. Yeah, okay. Another customer strike out on because they don't have any data. Let's see. I'd just like to see if we can get something going here. I know they're not set up yet. Assets. I'm trying to remember who we set up with assets. These guys have assets. So we'll again try. Actually, I'm looking at the back office. Okay. Select all from information. The reason I keep doing this is because the table names can be different. Dot tables. These are installed out, they're not asset. But yeah. So the point is, this is people data, so I don't really want to show it. But the point is, we have what's called a temp staging table, and we have another one we call okay. So as you remember from that diagram, so we pull in data from another system into our temp staging table. That's considered the raw data. If we need to correct it, either normalize it or maybe combine fields into a tree structure, or maybe extract a manager from some like a canonical string or something like that, we would do that in what we call a transform script, and we have that run almost instantaneously with the data pull. So we do the data pull into the staging table, give it a little bit of a time offset, and then we do the transform script then to pull the data from the temp table into the OK table. And so that then should be clean data that we then can import into ezVista's, in this case, the employee table, where we have SCCM deployed or some other sort of, we could have PeopleSoft, we could have, or not PeopleSoft, but maybe like SolarWinds or something else deployed, OpsRamp. Then we would have tables for those, and we would pull their data in a similar fashion into two tables, as a temp staging and then an OK staging, something to that effect. And then there we would have that data. So you'd have so for in your case, your question was, where is the discovered data? It would be in these temp tables. That's where the discovered data or the integrated data, right? It doesn't get then put into ezVista until we run an integration model. Remember in the integration model?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm good with. Okay, so you only have the one set of data. You don't have. All right. I'm understand that now. And then so everything that's going into that integration table, whether it be a load or an update or whatnot, then you would just match on the unique field, which is normally like the serial number field. I mean, you would, as the admin, you would get to choose what field you would want to match on, correct? And that's so you would do those updates and so forth.
Yeah, so you select a primary key as a unique key, or maybe a couple as a composite key, but then you'd make that consistent throughout the whole import cycle. So you'd have that key uniqueness, connecting to the external system. So you'd still use that same key, and then you'd bring your data in to your staging tables, and then when you pull it into ezVista with an integration model, you'd set that same field to be the key in the integration model as the unique key, and that then ensures that your data is not getting duplicated, that data is getting updated,
right,
the same key and stuff like that.
Okay. So all right. There's only one set of data.
One set of data. What do you mean?
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it quite like that, but it's there's only like the one main table with the asset data in it. I guess that's what I meant.
Well, there's multiple tables, so we can do this. I'm going to do this.
That's okay. You don't have to.
Well, yeah. Where are you going with your question?
I think
what's your concern?
I was wondering if there's like some kind of like a discovery table and an owned table, and somehow they would get reconciled together in order to make sure that like the data is matching up, I guess, and so that was kind of where my question was going. But now that you've shown me this, I understand that it's all one set of data.
Well, so yeah, I don't know that you want to come to that conclusion. It's hang on just a second here.
Hmm.
Information table. Tables were table. Oh. Let me just show you for assets. And this is in production. There are this many tables that are related to assets. There's not just one table. But I see, what you're saying is you want some sort of reconciliation between what's discovered and then you say what's owned. I guess, in other words, a person is then associated with the asset as the owner, or what do you mean by owned?
So the
Because we'll bring in all of the discovered data.
Right, and that you're using that discovered data to populate the asset.
Right. And
okay.
we're also bringing in, who's designated as the owner of that data. We're bringing that in. And so what I was going to show you is that we bring into the asset table, we bring in IDs. These are foreign key IDs, the ID number. So for instance, we'll have, I probably could show this, let's see, select top one of everything from SD, request. That's good. It's just one record. So we've got this. And so you can see here, there's a lot of numbers. The request underscore ID submitted by, that's a number that represents a person.
Right.
We use it. That's a foreign key that we then join to the employee table so that we can see then the person's name associated with that record. We've got a record for location, a record for the catalog. We've got ownership fields. They're in here somewhere. See if I can find them quickly. You got numbers there for requester, but there's an owner ID and an owning group ID right there. So this is the owner of the ticket, the group that owns the ticket. And so we do the same thing for assets. We have an owner of the asset. Right. But I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about when you talk about, discovered versus owned.
That's kind of what I was asking is, normally that's correct.
Yeah, because we'll discover and we'll rely on this discovery. We're not doing any discovery from EasyVista, right? That's all done externally. We don't do any network probing from EasyVista. So we rely on another system to go out and discover, all of the assets, all of the CIs, and then all of the attributes that are associated with those. And then we just bring all that into EasyVista. So if there's some concept of discovered, maybe versus, real, actual, owned, information, we just bring all that in, and then we'd have to know what the schema represents, and then we have to know how to use the data within EasyVista. We definitely bring in ownership as part of the integration process. So we associate equipment with either groups or individuals that are responsible for that equipment. We even bring in people that have used the equipment, last logged in information, that sort of thing. Whatever the discovery system can provide.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so we're just now kind of up for Q&A. I mean, if you guys have any other questions about either assets or CMDB, or even something that we touched on, something you're curious about, feel free.
I would just like to ask, we can use the demo that you provided to play around with it, right?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
I was going to say it's going to live for a little while. I've gotten some clarification from the guy that manages all of our training VMs. He actually has them set up on a automatic schedule to be created before the training event, and I thought he destroyed them right after, but now he's got them set up to stay alive for about a month, so you can play with them until they're no longer available. And if you need me to, I get notified when they're going to take down those VMs. So if you want me to, when I get the notification, I can just send you an email and let you know that, yeah, they're going to be taken down or removed, destroyed, whatever, on a specific date. So you can just play with them until then.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're kind of nice. There's different types of VMs that we use. Those VMs, you can get into the back end, and so you can play around it with SQL. Also in there's Active Directory server in those VMs. There's a mail server called HMail in those VMs. So if you discover them, there's an Apache web server in the VMs. So if you discover them and you do a little research, you can see how you could set up some things and just send mail internally to test things. You can play around with the Active Directory. You could play around with the web server. More than just the EasyVista stuff. All of that stuff is there, of course, to support the EasyVista functions. But yeah, there's a lot in those VMs. So they're pretty handy. Well, silence is golden, I guess. Okay, yeah, I know it's very late where you guys are. So, yeah, if you guys are good, then we can just wrap this. As I mentioned, feel free to use the VMs. They're going to be around for a while. I ordered another set for another training group.